force. Resistance is futile. We governmental approval. The defenses because of views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, pen speed, and everything more and symbols all suspended sense.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance because like the president 10 hence. Your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in the message. Yes, yes, it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president is sent. So don't expect the fantasy, the penalty, my enemy. It's enough for you to make me can't resist the skin. So give yourself a movement, still feel the warm emotion while you sing.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back at the studio. Los Angeles, 1997. Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shonen night. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. I gotta rise. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
Text the round robin.
R.I.P. Todd.
Questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down up in these streets, no money left to spend. Still thinking about the night before my brain is on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd flashing through the lights. I'd love to see the college outside.
The round robin week 6 is underway. Here we are, October the 15th, 2023, just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast, broadcasting from our lovely Chicks Beach Studios in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. We are here to invest the minimum to make the maximum profit today with your full NFL slate of breakdowns. If you're new to the show, stick with us. We will be here all morning. We'll finish up sometime between 10 and 11. Dave Del Grande from Field Level Media, Stat Factor, and Mr. Fantasy himself. He covers the Golden State Warriors. Covered the Oakland A's for many, many years. A former Oakland Tribune writer. He joins us every Sunday to start the show here in about 10 minutes. And we will discuss AFC West games, NFC West games, get the West Coast feel from him about those. And then, some other tidbits as well. I got to talk to him, of course, about the baseball and other key notes of the NFL. We'll try to find another fun game or two where we can grab some good props, fantasy, etc. Now, if you're looking for a gambling show that, you want closing line value, get the best of the number, this probably is not your show. We like to find the best of the numbers for sure. But here we are not afraid to move some lines around a little bit. Theory is, on my part, is yes, there are close games in every sport every night, but there are also many blowouts as well. So we try to take advantage of that. Like, for example, did you think Notre Dame was going to beat USC by 28 points last night? I don't think a lot of people did. I don't think they did. You know what? If you bet Notre Dame to win by a significant margin, by like 14 points or so, then you got paid off really, really nicely. And blowouts in sports happen all the time. So we will try to find good angles with that, with the over-under, the lines. And, of course, the NFL is the hard one. These numbers are tight. NFL is not a tough cookie to crack, but that's why we're here, to find all the best angles that we can and see how we can approach. So we'll go through touchdown scores, props of all kinds, survivor pool. We will go through fantasy stuff, injuries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we will see what we can figure out on the menu. Great game yesterday in college football with Washington and Oregon. If you did not see that, you missed a classic and a great scene there at Husky Stadium after the game. The fact that they play Purple Rain by Prince when they win, celebrating, is pretty cool. I do like that. But what a fantastic game. Oregon probably left a few points out there, especially right before halftime. They probably should have kicked the field goal, and that would have made things a little differently there coming down the stretch in the second half. But a phenomenal game nonetheless. With Washington and Oregon, two really, really good teams. Oregon deserves to be right up there still, even in losing, to be recognized as still one of the better teams in the country. Notre Dame with a big win over USC. So their hopes will be dwindling now for a championship. Let's see what else happened in the top 25 yesterday. Washington State got destroyed by Arizona at home. LSU, a nice win for them. North Carolina beats Miami. That was a good win for them last night. Duke, all they do is win as well. Alabama holds on to Arkansas. Florida State, very, very good yesterday against Syracuse. Syracuse now, tough spot for them. They've given up now over 80 points here in the last 2 weeks. Ohio State rolls, Michigan rolls, and Georgia all rolls as well. So the Washington and Oregon game is the one that really stuck out as the fun, good, just great college football game if you happen to see that. All right, we turn our attention to the NFL as we always want to look forward. We never really want to look backwards. Always good to kind of recap what happened there in the college football a little bit. But let's go ahead and look at the current lines with your updated lines down there on the ticker as well. We do have line movement already this morning and updated weather reports. So let's see what we can figure out and get your slate started. And then we'll go ahead and pull on Dave Del Grande, commercial free. We'll get through him. I'll be back with Nephew Dave and the Ant-Man just right after 9 a.m. And we will take you the rest of the way home with a full breakdown of every game here in the studio and see what we can come up with. If you've been listening in recent weeks, definitely have thrown out a bunch of really good angles as far as props and stuff go. And I don't think I've been too far off on some of these games. You know, teams are winning, maybe just not covering by my extravagant alt line or whatever. But I don't think we're doing the worst here on the show either. So good information to come here for week 6 for sure. We do have a early 9:30 a.m. game. Here we are back in London with the Ravens and the Titans. This line has moved up to 5.5 now from 4 for the Ravens. Over under is 42.5. And we're looking at 50 degrees and sunny skies there at Tottenham Stadium. Will turf be an issue there? It has been in previous games in London. So we'll see how the turf monster does there with the Ravens and the Titans. It's supposed to be a windy, blustery, rainy affair in Cleveland, but no more rain. It looks like that is cleared out for the 49ers and the Browns. Minus 9.5 for the 49ers. Over under 35.5. How are the winds going to come off that lake into that stadium is the question with the gust. You know, the 49ers like to use a short passing game. I mean, is that really going to affect them too much? You get the ball in the hands of McCaffrey, and there he goes. So we'll see if there's any opportunity here for Niners. Del Grande, who is wired in with the Niners really well out there, we'll get his take for sure on this game as that is part of our NFC West slate that we discuss. We'll be inside the Mercedes Dome with the Falcons and Commanders. Minus 1.5 for Atlanta, over under 42.5. I could see this being a sneaky, fun game here. The Falcons have been trying to trend to be an over team, and the Commanders have bad defense, and they've been scoring some points as well. So maybe we can climb over the total here. We'll see what the crew thinks about all of that. Miami, 14.5-point favorites now in South Beach over Carolina. Over under is 47.5. A warm day, almost 90 degrees down there in Miami on what will be a hot day for Carolina coming in. We'll see what the jerseys, they might put them in their dark jerseys. That might be interesting to see. So we'll have to pay attention to that pregame as well. Could have a fun game in Chicago. Looks like it's the same thing. Rain is cleared out. Winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Is that really so bad? I know what's supposed to be a windy affair here with the Vikings and the Bears. This could be a fun game, fantasy-wise, stat prop-wise, total-wise, etc. Minnesota minus 3, 43.5 the total there. The Colts and Jaguars down in Jacksonville. And again, warm day down in Florida. We don't expect much rain. In fact, let me go ahead and double-check the Jacksonville weather. That's the one I don't have on my radar so much. I'm just grouping them in with Miami, but we appear to be good. Yeah, 76 degrees and 7-mile-per-hour winds down in Jacksonville. So it looks like we're A-OK in that regard. The Jags laying 3.5 and 43.5. No Anthony Richardson in that game. And no Deshaun Watson in the Cleveland game, if you haven't heard that. They'll be playing a backup quarterback as well. All right, C.J. Stroud and Derek Carr will go head-to-head in Houston. Two dome teams will meet there in Texas. The Texans catching 1.5 at home. Over under is 42.5 in that game. Weather should be okay in Cincinnati. Nice game with the Bengals and the Seahawks. And now the Bengals have moved up to a 3-point favorite. I think that just happened right now. Over under 44.5. I'll have to check the ticker. I think I put 2.5 in there. It was 2.5 yesterday anyway. But the Bengals should be weather-free with issues hosting the Seahawks. -3, 44.5 there in Cincinnati. All right, the Raiders inside today against the Patriots, 4:05 Eastern Standard Time, -2.5 for the Raiders. Over-under is 41.5 here. Interesting game for two bad teams for the most part. Detroit laying 3 at Tampa Bay, over-under 42.5. This should be a good game. Tampa has the second-ranked defense in the NFL. Detroit has been a little bit of a machine here, and they're trying to take the step into being a dominant force here in the NFL. A field goal is what you need to lay with the Lions today. Over under 42.5 in Tampa. Why do I have a feeling all these games could be under games here at the 4 o'clock window? This could go over. Rams and Cardinals, although the over-under has tricked down a hair from yesterday. Rams laying 7 and 47.5 for Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, and Tutu Atwell and company as a James Conner-less Cardinals team, and probably a Marquise Brown-less team, and the Cardinals will come into SoFi to play the Rams later on this afternoon. The Eagles, -6.5-point favorites at the Jets, over under 42.5 in the Meadowlands. Again, looks like the rain will be cleared out. The winds maybe not as treacherous as previously advertised. So the Jets will have their hands full with a good Philadelphia team. We'll see how they handle that at 4:25 p.m. Eastern this evening. The Giants, without Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, it looks like is coming back. But they are catching 15.5 points. Dogs, big dogs for the Tyrod Taylor-led Giants. Bills, Giants, and Buffalo, 43.5 to total. Again, 15.5 the point spread if you want to take the points with the Giants there tonight. Don't count Tyrod Taylor out. He's a very good quarterback, very serviceable. This is, with the injuries in the secondary for the Bills, I'm wondering if just the Giants can't kind of keep up here. And 43.5 might be too low for this, to be honest. I've been hearing a lot about the under and a lot on the Bills. This is going to be a blowout. I'm not so sure. I'm not ready to knock out Tyrod Taylor onto the mat here in this game. The guy has a lot to prove after having some ridiculous injuries here as of the last couple of years or so. The Cowboys Monday night are in SoFi Stadium to play the Chargers. Got a doubleheader Sunday, Monday with the SoFi fans there. Chargers plus 1.5 at home, over under 50.5 with the Cowboys in town. All right, so that's your slate. It doesn't look like weather's going to be that much of an issue as we previously thought this week that it could be. So we will have to pay maybe a little bit more attention to that as we get closer to kickoff. Of course, we can't blame us for being the best weather gurus in the universe as well. Okay, so let's go to our man here on the West Coast. He is a columnist at Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst at Stat Factor. He is the founder of Mr. Fantasy himself, and my friend as well, longtime loyalist to our efforts here many years ago, and this year we welcome Dave Del Grande. best regular season records in baseball when a combined one game here before the divisional series is. What do you take out of that?
Well, I mean, I just think they picked a bad time to not be healthy, some of these teams. I mean, if you look at, I think way too much is being made of this. I think it's a huge advantage.
That's why I'm asking you. Yep.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage to have time off. No, obviously your hitters get rusty or whatever, but you never hear after the All-Star break that, oh my God, the hitters have gotten rusty. They've had a whole week off.
Right.
We're expecting low-scoring games here for the next couple of days. I think that it gives everybody, especially the way with more playoff teams, you have more tight battles going to the very end of the regular season, which I always thought was unfair because you battle all the way to the end. You have to pitch your best pitcher on the final Sunday just to get into the playoffs. Then you get in, and then you don't have your best team, or you don't have your best pitcher. You may not have your best two or three pitchers. And then back then, when you only got one game, I thought that was terrible. At least they extended it to 3. Now you can get your best pitcher out there for the, for maybe for the third game, which happened in some of these series. But for the teams that had a bye, it's, there was no such worries. They got to line up their pitching rotation. Meanwhile, these other teams, the winning team is gaining momentum. Well, sure, they're gaining momentum. They better have momentum because now they're going up against the Braves or the Dodgers or, the Orioles, teams that dominated the regular season and are going to be at home and are going to have their pitchers lined up the way they want to have them and are going to have their full bullpens and are going to have anybody with nagging injuries all set to go. I mean, I just think it's a terrible excuse for them to say, well, our hitters were a little rusty. I mean, look at the Dodgers. The Dodgers, they had, they don't have Buehler. They don't have Urias. I mean, that's the two of the top pitchers in the National League. Well, you don't expect them to be on their game up against a good opponent, in the league semifinals. You look at the Braves. The Braves had similar pitching issues all year long. Next thing they're pitching Fried in game 2, a guy who's been injured all year. Guys are not, they wouldn't expect to pitch more than 5 or 6 innings in game 2 of a series where they're well rested. Going into game 3, I mean, this is what tells you, this to me in a nutshell, tells you that this was more than rusty hitters causing this problem. Game 3 of Phillies series against Philadelphia, you go to Philly, it's 1-1. Okay, so that's okay. We're the better team. We're going to win. All we got to do is go on the road, win one time, and then we'll be fine coming home. The Braves couldn't even announce a starting pitcher for game 3.
Right.
They threw one guy out there as a possibility. Next thing you know, they're throwing Elder out there. I mean, it's like, you got to be kidding me. You're the best team. You're one of the best teams we've seen in a long time. You've had a week to rest. You should be all systems go. You're playing your two most important games of the entire season. And, before game 3, 24 hours before game 3, you don't even know who's pitching. So where's the problem here? The problem is these, the Braves and Dodgers were just unlucky. They just had terrible pitching, especially in their starting, rotation.
Yeah, both of them with injuries as well.
Yeah,
there's no Charlie Morton, and then we know about the Dodgers.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the Orioles to me are a different story. The Orioles, kind of remind me of the A's out here.
Right.
The A's who, in the last decade were always a very good young team. And, we say this a lot in the NBA. We should say this probably more in baseball. But you just don't even, regular season success is one thing, but having success in the playoffs is completely different. And to have success in the playoffs, you better have a number one and probably a number two starter, to go back to back. And that's something the A's never had. And so, they go into the playoffs. Everything looks great. We got a good young team. And then bang, you run into Verlander in game one, and you lose. And then you run into Verlander in game five and you lose. Next thing you know, you've had a good season. You lost 3-2 in the playoffs. And you think, you know what, next year we'll come back. We'll have the experience. We'll be better off. Well, of course, in the A's case, they've gotten rid of all their players by the start of the next season.
Right.
Baltimore won't be like that.
No,
Baltimore next year will have benefited from this. And, what people, probably forget is, John Means has been their ace pitcher, didn't pitch all season, came back in September, pitched very, very well. And I thought, okay, well, this is going to be interesting to see how they use him in the playoffs. Do you start him right away, or do you go your guys have been hot? And then lo and behold, his arm starts hurting him on the eve of the playoffs, and they can't even use him at all. But again, as opposed to lamenting about an injury there, they didn't lose because of one pitcher was hurt. They lost because they just had no experience.
Right.
And you're up against this team. That's
usually that kind of team needs to taste a little bit of losing
exactly.
before they get some success later.
Yeah, absolutely. And
right.
so, I think in all three of those cases, don't tell me it was because the hitters were rusty, and for Atlanta and LA, it's because their starting pitching staff was in a shambles. And in Baltimore's case, it was just a lack of playoff experience. And so, do we need to do something to tweak the system? No. I mean, if there was an obvious tweak like the one they made a couple of years ago where they extended the first series from 1 game to 3, which I think is a very good idea, and gave the home field, to the one team, okay, that's, I like that. Now this year, the home team didn't win, I think 2 out of those 4 series, but I think that was a good move, an obvious move. Now this talk about, well, let's start off these teams with a 1-0 lead. Let's, have them play, let's go to a best of 7 in the second round. I mean, so a lot of these things that they're bringing up, just bad ideas. I mean, there is no one obvious solution. And like I said, I don't even think we need to be looking for solutions. These things happen. Next year, the favorites could win every series, and we'll be complaining, oh, have we given them too much of an advantage? Oh,
right.
Is it too much of an advantage that their pitchers are all lined up?
Yeah, you can't just change the rules again after this happens. It's like, come on, what are we doing here?
Right, exactly. And because if the Dodgers had, Urias and Buehler, to face the Diamondbacks game 1 and 2 at home, well rested, and meanwhile, Arizona's basically got 2 pitchers, right? They pitched Kelly and they pitched
Gallen
in the previous series. They weren't going to pitch the first game of the Dodgers series, so they're pitching some guy with 2 A's in his name, in the first game at Dodger Stadium. And if they had gone up against Buehler, and they would have lost that game 5-0, but no, they weren't going up against Buehler. They weren't going up against Urias. They were going up against, Kershaw, and some other guys, Miller and, some other young pitchers. And that was, so my point is, that if Arizona had lost that series, you would have been hearing, well, this isn't really fair. They got all their pitchers lined up, and we're exhausted. We had a tough series. We had to use Gallen. We had to use Kelly. We weren't ready for that second series. Then then we'd be like, okay, well, now what changes are we making? So my point is, everybody's got a complaint,
right,
and that doesn't mean they're legit. I think the system is in really good shape. And, next year we'll have different results, no doubt about it.
All right, awesome. Okay, good stuff. I agree with you. Leave it the same, and let's just see how we move forward here. How about the Braves just learn how to play in the postseason a little bit better instead of losing to the Phillies? Focus there. Okay.
Well, another thing, let's not forget. I mean, the Phillies are a really good team.
They are a very, very good team.
I mean, you look at their lineup. I didn't watch the first. I don't know, the first 2 innings of one of the games that they played, and I saw that they'd taken a lead, and that Castellanos had hit a homer, and I thought, well, that must have happened in the first inning, right? Or certainly in the second. He was batting 7th.
Yep.
It's like, hey, who in the world bats this guy 7th?
Yeah,
This is this is the best hitter on 20 of the 30 teams in the league. But no, they got Real Muto, and they've got Harper, and they got Schwarber, and they've got these young guys who are real good. It's like, wow, these guys. I mean, this isn't exactly the Braves. This is a better lineup than what the Dodgers.
They can all hit the ball out of the park. Stott,
yeah, and
Trey
then you
Turner,
say, well, they must not have any pitching. Are you kidding? Here comes Wheeler. Here comes Nola. It's like, wow, no wonder the team did so good last year. This is a really good team.
Okay, here's my predicament now. And I tied most of my little playoff futures before the playoffs started to the Orioles and the Phillies. Thinking, the Orioles could keep that young thing going and make a run. They had good mojo with their AAA team as well. If you didn't see that, they won the International League Championship, beating the Dodgers organization in the Vegas game, which that's kind of a weird playoff. They play a best of 3 in the International League and then a best of 1 against the Pacific Coast League, which doesn't make much sense to me, but that's how they do it. But here's my predicament. I have Phillies. I have 2 exact matchup bets. I have the Phillies to beat the Rangers, and $300 pays about $400. Okay, and I have Rangers to beat. I probably have the price the wrong way, so this one's going to pay like $377 or something like that. I also have Rangers to beat the Phillies in the exact matchup. So that $3 bet, literally $1, $2, $3, not $300, wins a little bit more. So that's like in the low 400s. So one of those tickets is going to win as long as they both advance. But if someone comes along like the evil bad guy Astros rear their ugly head again, then and if they go ahead and just get a 2-0 lead off of the Rangers, and there you go, maybe the Rangers grab a game or two, and the Astros go on to the finals, those tickets are going to lose value along the way. Or you could throw the Diamondbacks in with their good pitching, like you said, Merrill and Kelly, maybe Kelly and Gallen, maybe they just have phenomenal game 1s and 2s on the road in Philadelphia. But I can hold on to these tickets and just hope that Texas and the Phillies advance. And if they do, I'm going to at least get a free roll there and have a winner, just sit back and relax. Or I can sell one or both right now and come out clean, a little over $100 just off the $6 investment. So that's over 20 to 1. I'm getting paid out now. I can walk away. I won't have to worry about an ugly villain like the Astros ruining my day. You know what? This gives me a little bit of opportunity maybe to flex my muscles with the 49ers or something like that too on a Sunday. I don't know. But you tell me, what would you do if you were in my shoes? Who do you like in these series? What do you see coming up?
Well, I mean, to me, it depends upon the amount of money at risk.
So $6 total altogether.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's nothing.
Right.
I mean, even if things go completely south
Right.
on you here, you've lost $7.
Right.
Big deal. Yeah. Now, that said, like you said, well, I'm not really losing $7. I'm losing $100 because I could cash out right now and get $100 for it. But the fact is that, you made these bets originally
to play and have fun.
Win $100.
Right,
you made these bets to win 300 or more. Really nice odds. You're still alive, where most people who made these bets are not alive anymore. I say ride it. There's so little at risk. Gives you a rooting interest, and like I said, if worst case scenario, one of your two teams lose, and maybe both your two teams lose. oh well, they're no trip to Starbucks today.
All right, so Dusty and Bochy, that's a good matchup right there. Battle of Texas, Houston and the Rangers. Who do you favor here?
Well, like you said, I mean, how do you go against the Astros? I mean, they've I would say you'd say that they were a disappointment during the season, but they made a big deal. They were able to get Verlander back at the trade deadline, gives them a solid first three starters. They've got Brantley back, who's been injured, pretty much all year. This team that doesn't have a lot of depth, they get to this point, and it's always Altuve or Bregman or Alvarez, and now that they've added Abreu to. I mean, if Abreu hits in the series like he did in the last series, nobody's going to beat him.
Right.
But the guy hasn't hit all season, so which is the aberration? I mean, I'm guessing
Alvarez too. He just shows up in the playoffs.
Yeah, right. Well,
he's good, but he really shows up in the playoffs.
It just seems Abreu halfway through the season, it was like, this guy should retire. He's terrible. And now, bang, the most important games of the year. He's hitting 2 homers. Comes back the next day. It's and so they really count on their star power at this point. And they had more power than they had last year. Like I said, they've got Verlander in there, they've got Abreu in there. Now they've got Brantley back healthy. The Rangers have been had a really good season, and Bochy, he somehow, some way, he gets his teams into the World Series and winning the World Series. Even though you look at the roster, you say, this is not this is not a great team, but so I fear him, his role in all of this. But when I look at these two teams and recent history, I can't go against the Astros.
Philadelphia and the Diamondbacks, good pitching there all the way around. I just have a feeling the Phillies just have that pop in their bats a little bit more, just like you said a minute ago. And that atmosphere really does. That really does play a role. The fans are really, really rad there. They are loud. I think the team definitely feeds off that energy. And the Phillies have been there before. They're just talking about like how the Orioles maybe need a little taste of losing before they can take that next step. Maybe that's the Phillies here. We're trying to get the World Series here at the end. So who do you like in this one?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said there. I think that the Phillies certainly have a big edge in experience here. They've got a deeper roster. The starting pitching, I think it will be fairly comparable in this series. What I think is going to be important in this series and has been in previous series, this is no surprise here. This is the way baseball is headed these days, is, can these two teams trust their bullpens? And they're, neither one of these bullpens is really strong. Philly's got some depth there, but they pitched Kimbrel in the 7th inning the other day, which I applaud them for, and not just saving him for the end or whatever. And they do a good job of finding the right opportunities to use their relievers. But the fact is, you get late in these games and they're pitching guys was like, what is he doing in there in the 8th inning of a tie game or a game where they're ahead 2-1? This is really the best they can throw out there. And Arizona is very much the same way. I mean, there were some games in the Dodgers series where they were hanging on at the end, bring in somebody new. And I thought, well, when does the good guy come in? And so I think that series could be very fun in that you got really good pitching going for the first, 5, 6, 7 innings. And then at what point do you pull these guys? I mean, modern day baseball says, right, you pitch them 6, you go to your bullpen. Right. But when there's such a drop off, especially in Arizona, when you've got Gallen and you've got Kelly, and you're going to the 7th inning, you're winning 2-1. I mean, you got to keep them in there. Even into the 8th inning, you got to keep them in there because they're so much better than what they have behind them. I'd hate to see the Phillies tee off against the Arizona bullpen. That's a huge mismatch. And at the same time, I think the potential is there for Arizona to rally. Once Nola's out of the game, once Wheeler's out of the game, and these guys tend to come out fairly early, especially Nola. And now all of a sudden Philadelphia is throwing in their alphabet soup, of a bullpen, and also takes us one weak link. These bullpens aren't, well, we're going to go to a second guy and he'll give us 2 or 3 innings. No, it's all, he'll give us one, he'll give us one, he'll give us one, and when that's the case, like I said, it just takes one guy to not be on his game, walk the first guy, groove one pitch. Next thing you know, you're not winning 2-1 anymore. You're losing 3-2. The manager's saying, "Oh, why did I put that guy in there?" Well, because that was your best option. You don't have a good bullpen. So I think these games could have the potential to be very fun if you tune in late.
Okay. Yeah. So here's what I could do as well. I could do a little bit of a hedge and put down like a $25 parlay on the Astros and the Phillies. And then that doubles that money up. And then there you go. I end up a small winner if Texas bows out.
To me,
that takes the fun out of it, maybe.
I hate you, right? Well, but what it does is you put yourself in a good position.
Yeah, right.
Everything's gone right. You're in a good position, and now it scares you. It's like, wait a minute, no, this is a good position that you're in. Ride it out. You're on top of the wave. You've got little risk. You got, big money to win. Roll the dice. Let's go.
All right. And the other thing is, too, and this is the last little stupid baseball theory, but this is always a good one. And you listeners out there, you heard me talk about this before as well. I don't know, Dave. I don't know if I've ever thrown this out to you, but I'll think the Washington Nationals when they played and beat the Astros a few years back. And because they're paying big amounts of money in every exact series number, like 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. So you can either take the Astros a -150 for the series, or you can bet each of those individually. Astros 4-0 at +920, 4-1 is +520, 4-2 is +440, 4-3 is +420, and no matter what, at the end of the day, the worst number that you're going to get is +120 or higher. So that's a good way to make that -150 a +120 worst case if you like the Astros. So neat little trick, huh?
Yeah. And I think the most intriguing to me would be, because the real heartbreaker is going to be if it goes to the 7th game, and that's when you lose.
Right.
And so that's the game where you're going to want to consider, taking a little flyer on the other team to protect yourself, or in this case, thinking ahead and picking the other team 4-3, so that if it does come down to that last game, now all of a sudden, hey, I'm still rooting for my team to win, but if the other team wins, I get a nice payoff out of it. And so that's not the worst thing. So of all the things that you've mentioned so far, to take the Astros in 7 at the price, I wouldn't throw a whole lot on there, but just to be able to say at the end, look, I invested $7 at the beginning, and I came away with 20 or 30 or something. It wasn't a total loss because I made this wise hedge, late in the game. That makes the most sense out of everything you said. If you wanted to go in that direction, I wouldn't try to stop you.
4-3 for the Rangers +540. And I want to add to your point too. If you have a starting pitcher, you have to let him pitch. I remember, again, with the Nationals, but on the wrong side of things when they got booted out of the playoffs. Here's Max Scherzer, late 6th inning, probably in the sixth inning with 2 outs. So he's pitched 5 2/3 of an inning, won the one game. Maybe it was the next inning. Maybe this was actually in the 7th. I don't know. It didn't seem like he could have gotten pulled. There really wasn't that much of a justification to get pulled at that point, 1-1, but they pulled him. And if you're getting paid that huge contract, man, you got to just kind of demand that ball at that time. I just kind of remember that being an instance of, man, they got to let this guy pitch. This is what they're paying him for. And then, of course, the bullpen comes in and blows the game.
Well, and they were a team that was known to not have a great bullpen either. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, that's what I'm talking about in this series. That, man, it's almost like, and if these games go as I would expect to be, like it said, be low scoring for a while because of these strong starting pitchers, I think the manager, has to be thinking, man, I'm not going to be the guy that pulls, Blake Snell with a no-hitter or whatever after 5 innings because he's gone through the lineup twice. I'm going to be the guy who wins or loses because I left Nola out there, or I left, Verlander out there for one extra inning because I've just seen him do it so many times in his career, especially in the postseason, that because something analytics doesn't measure is kind of the guts of these guys. Yeah, I mean, sure, it could tell you that Verlander in the regular season, once he gets to the 7th inning, teams start pounding him. Yeah, but what does it tell us about the postseason? This guy, sucks it up, goes back out there, pitches a 7th inning, on 60% of capacity, and then says, hey, you ain't taking me out now. I'm going back out there for the 8th inning, and we've just seen this so many times. And I'm not saying that every team should do this with all their, starters or whatever, but there's just a handful of these guys. And this series has four really elite starting pitchers, and the combination of not a great bullpen behind them. I think they would be wise to let their starters go. And it's, you try it in the first couple of games and it doesn't work. You know what? It's a 7-game series. You'll get plenty of opportunities to make these early switches, in later games. But I just remember, like I said, when, the old A's Tigers series, when Verlander would in game 1, not only would he pitch, but he'd be out there for the 8th, even into the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And then, the whole rest of the series, you're looking at the calendar saying, oh no, when's Verlander going to play again? Pitch again, and we're screwed. And it's just, it just gives you a psychological edge. And why? Well, because you've established that you can't beat this guy. And we're going to pitch him again later in the series. We're not going to tell you when, but it's always going to weigh in the back of your mind. And, those kinds of edges can eventually make the difference between winning and losing.
Okay, I don't think you're going to put too much stock into this, but I'm going to go ahead and say this now.
You know me too well.
I'm not impressed by the Kansas City Chiefs. Even in victory, even Mahomes is making some stupid throws, I feel like, here in the last few weeks. But this obviously they can clean it up here. But all they need to do is get into the playoffs. And here you go, is playoff Kansas City, talking about teams who do well in the playoffs and teams who don't. Kansas City has fared decently well with their Super Bowls at this point, we shall say. But, they've had a disappointing loss or two in there as well. Obviously the game against the Bengals, which the Bengals came back and beat them. But I haven't been even a victory. I know winning ugly is fine. It's the NFL. Just get a win. But it hasn't been super pretty by Kansas City. It's just that one game against the Bears, but we know how bad that defense could be and the issues they were facing that week. Your thought on Kansas City right now? 19-8 winners here Thursday night over Denver.
Well, my thought on Kansas City is they're a different kind of team this year, and they're not as attractive, to the average football fan. In other words, what made Kansas City to me special was that they were one of these rare, high-scoring, no defense kinds of teams that could, find a way to win important playoff games despite their defense. And everyone always said, "Whoa, man! If they could ever improve their defense, nobody would stop this team." Well, like most teams, when you improve, one of the ways you improve defensively, obviously through better personnel, which they've gotten, but is you play more conservatively on offense. Ball controlling, clock churning offense keeps your defense off the field. Keeps them fresh, helps them play better. And Kansas City, skill wise on offense, it's probably the worst that they've been in the last 10 years. And so, not that that's keeping Mahomes from throwing crazy passes. We saw a couple of these in the last game. But they've become this team that kind of more of a mainstream, good NFL team. And that is, very strong defensively and yet, potent when they need to be on offense. I think in many ways, they're a better team now than they've been because you don't have to worry about, well, if we have the ball at the end of the game, we're going to win. But if the other team has the ball, we're going to lose.
Right.
Well, Kansas City's defense can now win games for them. And they've quietly moved. They've quietly moved up the defensive rankings. Holding the Broncos to 8 points is not, not based just on that.
Right.
But it just seems that they become more boring. They don't have Tyreek Hill streaking through the defense. And no, they've actually got a running back now who runs 4 or 5 yards at a time and moves the clock. And they throw, of course, they throw 15 passes a game to their tight end, and that moves the chains. And but then the defense comes out there and they get a stop, they get a turnover. So I think that the people who say Kansas City isn't as good as they've been are just being misled by the fact that their offense isn't as productive as it's been because their defense is way, way better. And for years, this has been the complaint. This was going to hold them back. Well, this no longer holds them back. Now the concern is their offense good enough, to put up enough points, to outscore Miami or Buffalo or these types of teams in the playoffs. And I think that what you're going to see and what we have seen so far this year is that while you might question their offense, you can no longer question their defense. So I do not share the opinion that Kansas City is not as good as they have been. I just think that they look different.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say they're not as good. Unimpressive. Maybe a little different from that, but they have plenty of time to improve on offense too, right? With some of those guys, they're going to practice and play together a lot. Eventually it's going to kind of click a little bit more, you would think. Provided everyone stays healthy.
There's a lot of talk in the NFL this year. NFL is becoming more like baseball, even like basketball, in the sense that in-season trades were never a big thing in the NFL.
Right. We've talked about this before.
Baseball, where everybody knows where the trade deadline is. Basketball, all you talk about for weeks leading into the trade deadline. Oh, where's this guy going? Where's this guy going? The NFL has, in part because of their cap is stricter and dead money and all this stuff. It just makes it difficult for bad teams to get rid of guys that they'd like to get rid of because you don't really get rid of them. You still end up paying them, for 5 years. Like the Browns. Well, the Browns should get rid of Watson. Yeah, right. And pay and still have $20 million count against their cap the next 4 years. It's very hard to do, but it's becoming more and more popular. And I think with Kansas City to me has the look of one of these teams that's going to be very active at the trade deadline. They're going to be a team that goes out there and adds some kind it's probably going to be, like a Beckham kind of guy, a veteran wide receiver that can come in and help them. I mean, you're not going to get, an all-pro guy at that point, most likely. But you can get from a bad team, Hopkins or like I said, Beckham or one of these proven wideouts that can come in. And
Claypool sounds interesting a little bit for Miami, to be honest. I mean, here we go, third chance for Chase Claypool.
But yes, I mean that's Miami doesn't need another receiver,
right?
Kansas City needs one, right? Yes, but yeah, no, that's a very good point. There's these teams, there's within a couple of weeks, I think you will have identified 6 to 8 teams, if we haven't already identified most of them, that are not making the playoffs this year. These guys are officially in the Williams sweepstake for the draft. So who can they get rid of to help increase their chances? Well, yeah, let's get rid of our veteran receiver here. We're going to go young. Receivers are dime a dozen in the draft these days, and so yeah. So now you go out and you trade. Wouldn't it be something if the Rams traded Cooper Kupp? For example, I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm just saying, a bad team's got a really good receiver, and that's the guy that Kansas City is able to pick up, or that's the guy that Buffalo's able to pick up, or Dallas, and that's I think Kansas City. It may or may not happen because who knows what the possibilities are going to be. But I put Kansas City at the very top of the list of teams that I would expect are going to make the biggest splash at the trade deadline. And I still think Jonathan Taylor is out there as a wild card.
You know what? I was just going to go to that next. We were actually, I was actually interviewing you. We were discussing him, and the news must have broken right when we got done with the interview that he signed that big contract. So he's locked in now, and they paid him. They at least paid him. So a win for the running backs. So you think he's still trade bait potentially?
Well, I mean, I'm not totally convinced that he wants to be there. Part of the reason that he didn't like it there, right, was because of the money. Part of the reason was because this isn't a very good team. And they've done okay so far this year. One of the reasons they've done okay is because they've brought in another running back who's done really well for them. And so, to go to Taylor, which is obviously an upgrade no matter who your running back's been. It's like, well, gee, what's our rush to put Taylor in there? This other guy's been like our best player, and we don't need a new running back. We need like a new, 8 other positions. And so I can see now. I don't know, signing this new contract, and some leagues have rules. Well, then you can't trade a guy for 30 days or 60 days. I don't think the NFL has that. But short of that, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it just depends upon, what are you offering? And I still think that Taylor's going to need. I mean, Taylor's doing everything right, and he appears to be healthy. He's got a good attitude. Still think he's going to need a big game, at least one big game in the next couple of weeks to really get back onto that radar. I don't think anybody's calling the Colts this week and saying, "Wow, that 60-yard performance he had in the last game was real impressive." No, you know what? That was a nice first step. But this week against Jacksonville, he comes out, he busts a couple. Next thing you know, he's rushed for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now they're going to start getting calls, and that's when the bidding starts. And I don't think the Colts are in any hurry to trade him. But again, you look at, you know what? We've got a second back here that we like. He's cheaper. He's productive. and we're able to trade Taylor and get whatever 2 second-round picks or whatever out of it. And I definitely think that they would consider it, but the price would have to be pretty high.
Okay, and all right, so I'm going to go into our conversation now. And I'll group this all together with, Jonathan Taylor and all the other running backs demanding more money, or know the respect of their worth. We'll just say. Also parlay this into the progressive game of thought of football, where pass the ball, pass the ball, pass the ball. We've discussed that plenty before, and I'll go and triple parlay that into our conversation last week where we discussed the 100-yard rushers. All right, so this will be a little boring real quick, and then I'm going to go through some things, and then I'll just kind of get your take on that after all. But here are your 100-yard rushers for the season so far, and we've had 29 100-yard rushers overall. So that's more than I thought, because I didn't think we've had many at all, but we had to have 29. If the names real quick: McCaffrey, Chubb, Eckler, Breece Hall. Those are all week 1. Week 2, DeAndre Swift, Brian Robinson, James Cook, James Conner, McCaffrey again, Mostert, Jerome Ford. Week 3, Devin Achane, whatever. Lamar Jackson, Zach Moss, Tony Pollard, Swift again. Week 4, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, Derrick Henry, Herbert, Devin Achane, Kyron Williams. There's your answer for that. On week 4, Christian McCaffrey, Isaiah Pacheco. And then last week, Etienne, Montgomery, Zach Moss. Achane again, 3, and Breece Hall. So McCaffrey and Achane with 3 each. Do you know the record, Dave, of those 29 games overall, wins and losses? What do you think that it is?
In those games alone?
Yep.
Those 29 games.
Yeah. What's the win-loss record?
22-7.
21-8. So really close. 6.67 margin of victory. Now, I was just kind of definitely bored if I'm diving down this rabbit hole. So I did this in 25-year samples, and I'm not going to go through players' names. But in 1998, all right, 42 games and through the first 5 weeks of the NFL had 100-yard rushers. 33-9 overall were those teams. Average margin of victory, 9.9 points. This player had 4 100-yard games. Do you know who that would be in 1998 at this point?
Oh, boy. Emmitt Smith.
Terrell Davis.
Oh.
Although Emmitt Smith has the most at 78 overall. That's probably on the downside.
But he's older than that.
Yeah, he'll be older than that.
Yeah.
And I did 25 years earlier as well, 1973. Through the first 5.
I remember it well.
Through the first 5 weeks, 31 rushers for over 100 yards. It's still really about the same as now this week. And 23, 4, and 4. 4 ties in there through that. And your leading rusher for 100 yards in those first 5 weeks, can you tell me who you think that was?
1973?
Yep.
Oh, boy. Let's go.
He had one in every week, actually. The first 5 weeks.
O.J. Simpson.
It was O.J. Simpson. Very nice.
And
And
went to the same high school as both of my parents, by the way.
yeah. Okay, cool. And the only team that have 2 1,000-yard rushers were the 72 Dolphins, undefeated with Zonka and Mercury. So the numbers speak it, Dave. I mean, you win just about 75% of the time that you run the ball for over 100 yards. So these running backs are worth something, right?
Well, I mean, when I hear these stats, I'm led to ask, which is the cart and which is the horse? I remember the Cowboys in the old days when they were so good, and their defense was good. And I remember you could write it, write it in pen that at halftime of the game the Cowboys were going to be ahead 20-3. Aikman was going to have 2 touchdown passes. Irvin was going to have a big game. And Emmitt Smith was going to have like 30 rushing yards. And then the second half, they handed the ball to Emmitt Smith 20 times. And, and he rushed for 100 more yards. He ends up with 150 rushing yards. Dallas wins the game, 20-10. And we move on to do the same thing the following week. So the question is, how much of a driving force was Emmitt Smith in that win? He was the clock turner, and a very, very good back, obviously. And it's nice, nice to have a back like that when you have a lead. But I think in many of these cases that you would look at, I would guess that most of these yards are being accumulated in the second half of a game that this team was already ahead. And that's how you win, is you get ahead and then you're able to retain the lead by holding the lead with the running back. Does that devalue the guy some? Maybe, because you're still going to need a means of getting the lead. You're still going to need to pass the ball early in the game, to get a lead, to set up that situation. But the fact is that once, it's kind of ham and egg. I mean, once you have that halftime lead, now, thank goodness we paid the big bucks to the running back, because now here's where he's going to earn his money. Derrick Henry, go run out the clock for us. Having that back is invaluable. I don't know the details, the total stats. Running backs are only averaging 6 years now. They're averaging less, whatever. It seems to me the running back position is no less valuable than it's ever been. Like I said, maybe they're running the ball less. Maybe they're getting, they're coming out of the lineup more, here and there. I'm not even sure that's necessary. And maybe they're getting injured more than before. I don't know. I mean, there's always injuries in the NFL. But this is a position where, if you don't have a good running back, it just allows the defense to come after your quarterback, to play an extra guy in the back defensively. I think this is a big key for Miami this year, is that you look at Miami and you say, well, gee, we're just going to play 6 defensive backs and rush the quarterback and hope that our middle linebacker, by himself can stop their running game because they don't have any running backs. Well, guess what? Miami's had a great running game this year, and in part because the other teams have to protect against the pass. And so, I just think that you have to have, you cannot be the Vikings. You cannot be just totally one-dimensional, because eventually, even when you got the lead, you've got to somehow find a way to keep the lead, and you don't keep the lead by throwing the ball. The Colorado against Stanford, Colorado's got this big lead, but they got no running game, so they got to keep throwing the ball, and the clock is moving very, very slowly,
right.
Then eventually the other team gets the ball back, because you get down by the goal line, you can't punch it in. I mean, Colorado in the second overtime against Stanford, they're at the 1 yard line, first down. They can't run it in 2 plays. That the guy throws an interception and the game's lost. So you think Dion would have loved to have a star running back at that point, and so I just think that it may not be as valuable a position now as even wide receivers. We're seeing that in fantasy. But, man, you better have a top-notch running back or two, because there's going to come a situation, especially if you're going to be a good team, there are going to come situations in these big games where you need to protect your lead, and there's no better way to protect your lead than to hand the ball off to a guy that you can trust is going to gain 4 or 5 yards.
All right, let's get into our slate of games. NFC West, AFC West is our focus, but we'll try to find the one fun game besides that. And we might have some lingering weather effects, wind in particular. for some of these venues. So I'm not so sure we'll actually find one. But do you have one in mind, Dave? I can try to do the guessing game here. If you have,
in terms of a fun game?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the fun game of the week this week has to be Minnesota,
Chicago. That was going to be my guess. Okay.
Because what's intriguing about it, and what potentially would make this fun from a fantasy perspective, excuse me, is that Minnesota, obviously is without their star receiver. And yet you would say they're still going to put up a lot of points against Chicago. Everybody does. But who's it going to be? Are they all of a sudden going to run the ball more? And Madison, who you've had, been a very disappointment, probably not starting for most fantasy teams. Is this the week you want to get him in the lineup? Or is this the week that Addison busts out? Or is really Osborne going to be their top receiver now? Is this guy Powell, who came on last week, caught a lot of balls? Is he going to be the guy that comes in and all of a sudden is, we're still going to get the same out of Osborne. We're still going to get the same out of Addison, but this is Powell guy who's available in every league in fantasy nationwide. Is he going to be the guy that comes in and catches the 8 balls this week for 80 yards and a touchdown? That potentially is a difference maker. So I think there's intrigue there on the Minnesota side because it's going to be someone or 2 guys or 3 guys who are going to get their fantasy points in this game. Meanwhile, you turn to the other side to Chicago, and they've got all their running backs injured. You're playing Minnesota, so the potential is going to be there to run the ball. Now you're basically down to Foreman, as a guy who can run the ball, but he's demonstrated in the past when he's gotten an opportunity, excuse me, to that he can be productive. And in this kind of game against a bad defense, he's a guy that, nobody's been crazy enough to start, or you maybe even have on their roster in fantasy this year, but a guy that could jump right up and be a big factor in a game like this. Of course, if you've got, DJ Moore, all of a sudden he's looking like a, Pro Bowl wide receiver. Fields has found himself. So I think that this is a game where, despite Jefferson not playing, despite all of Chicago's running backs being injured, I'm not sure that's going to slow this game down at all.
You get some good anytime touchdown numbers too. Foreman's plus 170, DJ Moore plus 190. I'm shocked to see him that high, to be honest. Jordan Addison plus 195. KJ Osborne plus 230. Cole Kmet plus 300. Brandon Powell plus 410. So there's some opportunity there for sure. I agree with you. I think this has a chance to be a fun game. The Bears got a little bit of mojo going now, at least offensively. So I think that helps. And Minnesota just pulls you to the over, or at least tries to, until they do the old turnover inside the red zone. Whatever it is that stops those points from going on the board is usually from some stupid Minnesota mistake. So I agree with you. I think this is the fun kind of game. Over under 43.5. So they can climb on that. Yeah, and if you just want to spread that around on the collaborative effort by everyone and avoid the props, then
over under 43.5.
Yep, and to get the 50 points, you get paid 2-1.
I mean, this to me is a classic example of, Minnesota's lost their one and only offensive threat, so let's knock their point total down 7. No. I mean, this is you're playing Chicago. They've been terrible on defense. Minnesota's always terrible on defense. Chicago's shown some signs of life. Minnesota is just going to plug in. Minnesota, of all the teams in the league who are going to lose a star wide receiver, kind of reminds me of the Rams. So when Rams start the season without Kupp, oh my God, what do they got left? Next thing you know, you got Nakua, you got Atwell, and these guys came out of nowhere. Minnesota's two top receivers aren't coming out of nowhere. These are guys, Husborn had a very good season last year as a number 2 guy, and Addison, has an incredible, college career and has the potential to come up big. If anybody's going to lose a wide receiver, Minnesota is one of the teams that really shouldn't skip a beat. And that's tough to say when you're losing Jefferson, but they've got depth at that position. Man, I would certainly take a stab at Powell for an anytime touchdown at almost 5-1. And just because I think Minnesota will throw 3 touchdown passes in this game. And it's not going to be to a back. And so you're basically left with, the 3 wide receivers and the tight end. I'll take my chances that Powell, out of that group, gets one of them. So that total just seems that total is a total overreaction to Jefferson being out of the lineup.
I think maybe down a little bit because of the potential of wind. But, 14, 15 miles per hour, yeah, that is a little windy. But, it's not like, Fields didn't play at Ohio State anyway. To be honest, it's not like they have the best weather.
Well, and plus, I think wind affects NFL games probably less these days than in the past. Obviously, if it's 30 miles an hour, and you really can't even throw the ball 10 yards, that's one thing. But the fact is, most NFL passes are going about 10 yards these days. And in a 15-mile-an-hour wind, heck, we played 15-mile-an-hour winds at the playground every day. So you don't throw it. You don't throw the deep pass, 40 yards up in the air and watch it, sail 15 yards out of bounds. You throw short passes, which is what the NFL is all about anyway. So, unless there's, hurricane coming off the lake there, which I think Chicago has less hurricanes than even California has. I would say that that total seems really low.
Okay, how about this one then? Let's get into our slate. NFC West focus here with the 49ers at the Browns. The 49ers coming off a complete thumping to Dallas, which I had Kittle's props and a blowout, so I love that. McCaffrey's a machine. He scores every game that he plays. Over-under is 35.5 here. Not laying quite double digits with the -9.5, but a big number on the road. No Deshaun Watson. So it's going to be P.J. Walker or Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I'm not sure who they decided to go with yet. I'm not so sure they know. And here come the Niners, and you just said it. This is a team that can utilize the short passing game and let their talent run free. Does Cleveland have a hard time scoring? I think they probably do with their offense the way that it is right now, a little bit in flux. No Chubb as well as he's gone. But the Niners, I could see them outscoring the Browns fairly easily here. And is 35.5 kind of too low in this spot maybe?
Well, I don't see how Cleveland's going to score in this game.
Yeah,
they'll find a way somehow to get some points because they're not that bad. I'm a little surprised they're switching quarterbacks here. But of all the teams that have to be praying for bad weather, Cleveland's got to be up there. They need the 49ers, the California kids to come to town and immediately be, greeted by a rainstorm, by a wind off the lake. They need the 49ers to be uncomfortable. And, you do see this a lot in sports. There is a culture shock when, the 49ers had one practice all season where the temperature was less than 55 degrees, and now all of a sudden you show up and it's the wind chill is 35, and the ball is wet. And so I think the potential is there for the 49ers offense to really struggle against a very good Cleveland defense. But yet at the same time, there's no urgency. There's no urgency for the 49ers to say, we got to throw the ball all over the park because we got to keep up with these guys. No, you're looking at this game and saying, you know what, we score one touchdown in this game, we throw on a couple of field goals, we're probably going to win. So I can see this game, again, the worse the weather, the more conservative the 49ers will play, and that would keep the scoring of this game way down. And so, I think if you're going to play this game, you've got to look very closely at what the projected weather is going to be. Even in the best of conditions, I can't imagine Cleveland scoring, more than 13 points in this game. I think it's 50-50 that they don't get out of single digits. And yet I'm not trying to say, well, this is going to be like the 49er game last week, 42-7 or whatever, because I just don't think the 49ers, are going to be able to do that against Cleveland's defense. And so I think this is going to be a very low scoring game that the 49ers should win, and probably win, comfortably by 7 to 10 points. But I don't, will the 49ers score more than 24 points in this game? I don't see how.
So the times that I've been looking with the 49ers under, and the first, it was week 1 with Pittsburgh was the first one. I feel like McCaffrey can just kill you on that at any given moment. Because he scores 2 or 3 touchdowns, the next thing you know, you're blowing through that total. So that's the one reservation I would have with this being an under game is, and yes, Cleveland does have a good defense, but man, what if McCaffrey just gets free again? And next thing you know,
but like you said, I mean, the question is, how good is Cleveland's defense?
Right.
And I would say that Cleveland's defense is a top 5 defense in the league. I mean, I really think that someone asked me the other day, in retrospect, it was probably a dumb answer, but somebody asked me who's the sleeper team right now that's going to make the Super Bowl? And as you look at that, well, you look at the NFC, you say, well, I don't see any way the 49ers or the Eagles aren't the NFC team that gets in. I mean, there's so much better than the rest of the teams, that, does Detroit that have a chance, does Seattle have a chance? The problem is that either one of those teams on their best day could beat the 49ers or could beat the Eagles. Problem is the very next week, you've got to go and play the other one, and what are the chances that either of those teams are going to beat both of those teams on the road in consecutive weeks? I can't imagine that that's going to happen. So this long shot team is not coming out of the NFC. Throw them completely out of the picture. And what do you got in the AFC? And as you look around, and I don't count Buffalo as a sleeper, or obviously not Kansas City. But what's left out there? Most people would say Miami. Right, and that's a legitimate choice. I think they remind me of the old-time Kansas City teams. I don't think they're good enough defensively to, in the playoffs, to win games like that quite yet. And we talked about this about the baseball playoffs, about having postseason experience. They don't have any of that, and so but I can understand if you want to tell me that Miami is that team right now. But if it's not Miami, then, well, you would have thought at the beginning of the year might be the Jets. Well, it ain't the Jets anymore. It's not going to be the Bengals. It doesn't appear. It's certainly not going to be the Steelers. And, could it be Baltimore? I don't think that they're playing at that level. Is it the Chargers? Again, they find a way to lose too many games. Somebody from the AFC South, yeah, good luck with that.
Right.
Jacksonville, but not a terrible choice, but I don't think that they, are yet at that level. And I think, the team to me that could be a big surprise is Cleveland. But that would require Watson. Cleveland a couple weeks ago, and I don't remember who they played, put it all together. It was like Watson had his best game.
They beat Tennessee.
Yeah, Watson had his best game, and all of a sudden, they're getting the ball to their new wideout. They've got this new running back who's come in and played well, and yet that wasn't necessarily the reason they were winning. The reason they were winning is, wow, they put together this really, really, really good defense. And that's the type of defense that can take you places in the playoffs, especially if your offense is competent enough. And so much of that revolves around Watson. I mean, he has to play, and he has to play well. And if he does, and the defense is rolling, I think Cleveland could be that team. But, now, 4 days after I made that boast, now here's Watson. I'm not going to play this week. My shoulder's still bothering me. It's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding. Where is this headed? Like you want to stay as far clear from Cleveland right now as possible. But like I said, I still think that defense is so good. I think the defense is not only good, but I think it's really underrated. I really think it has the chance to be the best in the entire NFL, especially when the weather, turns a little sour as we move forward here. It's just, can Watson be the guy, the game manager who just gets the ball to Cooper, gets the ball to his tight end, the running game is clicking. And that's the big question mark. But of course, this week we're not worried about that. Watson's not there. We know their offense is going to be terrible this week. But will the defense show up? I think it will. I think this could kind of be everybody's going to have their eye on this game. It's got to be one of the national telecasts. And everybody's going to see this Cleveland defense going against this 49er juggernaut that just put up 40 some odd points against Dallas. And now, when this game ends and the final score is 20-9 or whatever, Cleveland lost, but wow, that defense looked great. Nobody does that to the 49ers. So I don't see the 49ers really, putting up a lot of points in this game, in part because they won't have to.
All right, Cleveland numbers, 12 points allowed a game, 196 total yards allowed a game, just 125 passing yards allowed a game, and that is number one overall in the NFL. San Francisco sits at number 3, and they've given up about 70 more yards than Cleveland does on the average per game. Okay, let's get to the next one, because I think this has a chance to be a fun one. To be honest, as I scroll on down, let me make sure I'm not missing anyone on our list. Nope. Okay, your boy Pete Carroll goes into Cincinnati. 45.5 is the over-under here. The Bengals -2.5. Finally, we see Jamar Chase get some action last week. 3 touchdowns for him. Seattle, again, I think is just better than Minnesota, but they're another team that just kind of seems to pull you a little bit to the over here. If Cincinnati can kind of get a little bit high flying, then they can want to go over themselves too. But we also have 2 good running backs, and these coaches are going to have their scheme. So how do you think this plays out? Can we get some fireworks here? I could see it with Seattle and the Bengals.
Well, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Which of these 2 players would you be most likely to trade at this point in the fantasy season?
Okay.
Presuming you got an offer that was somewhat similar.
Okay.
Would you trade Chase or would you trade Jefferson?
I would, health-wise, for sure, I would trade Jefferson at this point. Because you're talking about, my shoulder hurts with Deshaun Watson. I need to kind of sit down a week. Jefferson's not signed with that contract either. I wonder if that's going to make him want to sit maybe an extra week or 2 than he needs to. That's all. But the Burrow injury does scare me as well. But Cousins is Cousins. I would trade. I love me some Jefferson, but just because of the injury alone, I would trade him. Now, if he was healthy, I think I would trade Chase.
No, we're not. No, we're not talking about healthy. We're talking about. Right now.
I would trade Jefferson.
This is. My fantasy team, which has done really well. The problem with my fantasy team has too many good guys, right? and so I'm looking to trade quantity for quality. Right. I'm just so tired. This week I had to make a choice between, do I play Swift, who's been really good, and got to keep Swift in there. He's been great. Or do I play Mostert, right? Who is, was great, has lost opportunities.
He's going to get a ton of carries
too. But Chan's not there anymore. Right. And they've got a good matchup this week. They're at home.
Even Willis is hurt.
Has to have a big, a big game now. So it's like, I got to play both of these guys. Well, no, you don't have room for both of these guys. You can only play one. It's like, it's like, I had this headache every week. Imagine when Jonathan Taylor starts playing well. Now I can't play either one of those guys. And so, you know what? I'm going to, throw a couple of trade offers out there. And so I offered Swift, Mostert, and DJ Moore. Okay. Swift, Mostert, and DJ Moore.
That's quite the haul. Yeah.
That's three big pieces for anybody's starting lineup. I offered them for Chase. Okay. And the guy said no.
Wow.
And I really think a part of that is, you kind of touched on it, like, this is the wrong week to be asking for Chase. He just had this monster 50-point fantasy game, and after you've struggled with him, and now here comes the top team in the league and wants to poach your superstar away, and they don't even think of the fact that, look, I'm giving you a good wide receiver in return, and I'm giving you, two running backs that are better than the two running backs you have by far. But, you're a better team doing this. Now, he won't do it. So then I offered, same thing. I offered Swift and Mostert, except I offered, in this case, I offered Thielen as the receiver instead of Moore.
That way you can use him more. Right. You can wait.
Right. And the guy accepted.
Oh, okay.
And again, I think, strictly think the reason was, like you said, this was legit. I mean, the guy's not having a good season. Jefferson's out for 4 or 6 weeks or whatever it is. If you wait till Jefferson comes back, you're out of it. You're 3-7. And you ain't making the fantasy playoffs. So you might as well cash him in now and bring in a nice haul. Again, 2 running backs that are better than either back that you have. And then, a wideout who's, not going to fill in for Jefferson, obviously, but is going to give you production there. And the guy took it, and now I'm, I'm left to think, oh boy, why am I making a big trade when I've been the dominant team in this league? But what it does is it gives me, if Jefferson comes back, right? Which obviously I'm counting on him coming back.
Yeah. You got to think he's gonna. You got to think.
So I have my wideouts now, and counting the flex position, right? My wideouts are A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, and Jefferson. All right, that's power, right? My running backs are McCaffrey, right? And I just traded away 2 great backs, but I still have Taylor, presuming he comes back and plays well. And now my best other back is Rashad White. But if right, you imagine a team this year with McCaffrey, Taylor, Brown, Allen, Jefferson. Like, come on. Hand me the trophy.
Right.
You ain't competing with that. And Andrews is my tight end, so it's not like I have a big drop off there either. But it's like, man, if Jefferson comes back, then but it's if he doesn't come back, and all of a sudden they've given away all of my running back depth and one of my top, a guy who I would play at flex maybe. It's like, why did you do that? Why did you couldn't stand, it's boring being the best team. You had to go out there and do things up. So anyway, that's getting back to the game in question here. I just think that Seattle's catching the Bengals at the wrong time. I mean, I think Cincinnati I still think they're a good team. I think they've kind of caught their stride here a little. Not having Higgins, right? Higgins is injured.
Yep.
Hurts them because, Chase obviously gets more pressure. But I think as the quarterback gets healthier, and it appears he's headed down that road.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, as Burrow's healthier, he'll figure out a way of getting other guys involved. Not like they don't have any other options. I just think that while Cincinnati's probably not ready to play their best game of the season yet, they're way past the point where they were playing terrible football. This game or 2 weeks ago, kind of like when the Rams played the Bengals and were very competitive. I think Seattle walks out of there with a win that probably didn't expect when the season started. But now I think Cincinnati is playing at a level where I'd be surprised if Cincinnati didn't win this game. I think they're the better team, even not going on 100% cylinders. I think that I just think that they are playing well enough that they're a pretty good team in the AFC is better than a pretty good team in the NFC, and I think that's what this comes down to.
Seattle did draft that nice defensive back. That his name slips my mind, so you're going to probably imagine that he's going to be on Chase. He has a fair amount of interceptions too. What is that kid's name? I can't remember. But could you see points here? Could Seattle actually score a few, but the Bengals get more, 31-17?
Well, you would think so. I mean, again, this game comes down to how well is Burrow playing. And I think he's gotten to the point where, he's not ready to put up his best numbers of the year, but I think he's ready to put up, good, solid numbers against a team that's, I wouldn't say they're average defensively, but they aren't too much better than average defensively. I think Cincinnati is going to be able to score here. And Seattle's one of these teams that they have the firepower, to score points and keep up in games like this. But it's, Pete Carroll is more of a defensive-minded guy. He's not a big risk taker. And as they get into these games where they're playing catch-up, you got a quarterback, who's very hot and cold. You get in a situation where we're taking risks that I wouldn't want to be taking in a game like this. And so, you take risks, you score more points, but you also give away more points. And I can see that happening in this game is that, Seattle playing catch up. They'll get their points, but they'll throw an interception or get a sack that'll lead to an additional 10 points for Cincinnati. And next thing you know, you end up with your 31-24 game.
Cincinnati plus 550 on a defensive touchdown this week. So I could potentially maybe see that. Okay, let's move on. This team, so if you've bet this team under all their props and against them, you are a millionaire at this point in the season. I'm talking about New England. They will be in Vegas to play the Raiders. Vegas is -2.5, over under 41.5. All you hear about is how bad Mac Jones is, how bad of a job Bill Belichick is doing. Arguably the two best players on defense are both out. My text to you last week, you don't even hear about this, but their kicker's 4 for 8. The punter shanks the ball 20 yards out of bounds every time he tries to punt it. Keep in mind, both of these players draft picks from last season. But the Patriots, a bunch of familiar faces here with McDaniels, Belichick and company, Garoppolo, etc. my thing is here, the Patriots don't have someone like Devontae Adams running around at wide out, and Garoppolo a little bit better, at least than Mac Jones for sure. So I would lean Raiders here against my Patriots. I mean, beat them while they're down, I guess, would be my theory here. Let's see if you agree on this. Raiders win this one?
Wow. I mean,
it's a hard game.
The Raiders are very disappointing. Even this game against Green Bay. I mean, for a while there was like, oh my God, this is an awful football game.
It was a bad game. It was a bad.
In the second half, they threw one pass to Adams in the first half of that game. It's like, what in the world are you doing? And they can't run the ball for whatever reason. Thank God for Jacoby Myers.
Nice season, good fantasy season by Myers.
Changed for them effectively. And they came out and we're going to establish our tight ends. Last game, we just drafted the guy from Notre Dame, and he's really good. He hasn't done anything. He catches a ball on like the first series, and then they threw two other passes to him the entire game. I just think both of these teams. Well, one team, the Raiders, have a terrible offensive concept, and a big part of that is Jimmy Garoppolo is really bad. I mean, I can't believe the 49ers actually won games with him back there. And to me, people ask, well, why hasn't Brock Purdy gotten the credit that he truly deserves based on his great stats, his great start to his pro career? And it's like, well, Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacked the 49ers and didn't have the same level of success, but had a really nice level of success. And now he's the worst quarterback in the league once he's gone somewhere else. And if the 49ers can do that with the worst quarterback in the league, well, where does Purdy stand? Because you could be pretty bad and be real successful with the 49ers. I can't tell you the number of times. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo thinks he's going to escape pressure, basically by ducking and closing his eyes. And I just think New England's defense really has the potential to suffocate the Raiders in this game. Watching that last Raider game, like I said, and they win the game, and it's a nice win, and then they flash up the Raiders' upcoming schedule. And it's like they're playing New England and Chicago and Jacksonville, and I don't know, somebody else not very good, Houston or somebody like that.
Right.
It's like, oh my God. They can, blindfolded, they can win 3 out of those 4 games. And next thing you know, they're right back up at 500. And then you think, there is no way the Rangers could win 3 out of 4 games. I don't care, who they're playing. And so they're going to find a way to lose one of these next 2 games. I'm pretty sure they play Chicago next.
Right.
To either New England or Chicago, and it wouldn't surprise me if this were the week. I just don't see the Raiders offense doing anything in this game. Belichick, if nothing else, still knows how to, design a defense around.
Yeah, and he knows Garoppolo. If anyone knows Garoppolo,
right, exactly.
Right.
He knows where the Raiders are weak. You put a little pressure on this guy. He's either going to take a sack or he'll throw one to your team. And so this is the game of all the games where, I think it's 50-50 if New England gets a defensive score in this game. And that'll probably be the difference.
9-1. 9-1. It pays.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's, every time I predict there's going to be a defensive score, there's never a defensive score, which which
a hard one to
reiterate.
It's a hard one.
Why? Well, it's always 9-1. Of course, there was no defensive score. It was not supposed to be. Well, I'm jumping on that bandwagon with both feet in this game. I think this is a really good opportunity for New England's defense to score. And I think when push comes to shove, it's going to again be a really ugly, very similar to the Green Bay game. New England's got a worse offense than even Green Bay. this could be, first team to 10 wins this game. Neither team reaching 20 in this game.
All right, so bet defensive touchdown New England and run for the hills after that.
That's my play in this game.
All right, let's take a quick pit stop to Tampa Bay because your Lions have what I think is a really good game, and Tampa actually has the second-ranked defense overall here in the NFL. And Baker Mayfield's been a nice story. As much as everyone's been wanting to write him off forever, I never really did. And just even going to the Rams last year from Carolina seemed to trade everyone away. Just looking at their situation now, you're like, what are you guys doing? But Mayfield, better than advertised still, I would say. Will we have Mike Evans? That's probably a big wild card in this one. But Detroit is trying to be the next powerhouse here. Interesting game here in Tampa. How do you see this one going?
Well, you're probably wondering, like the whole world is, on my powerhouse, number one ranked nationally, ESPN, fantasy football team. Who's running the show? Who's benefiting from all these weapons all around? And actually, it's Jared Goff. I would have never guessed last week that he would have come up, at home against Carolina, which is a decent defensive team. And the very first touchdown of that game last week, Montgomery scored on a run. This is the way it's going to be this week. And I'm going to be lucky to get one TD pass out of Goff. Just don't throw any interceptions. And then bang, he throws 3 touchdown passes and runs in for a score. It's been that kind of season for me in fantasy. I've been the luckiest team in the history of fantasy, the way things have broken. But anyway, back to the action here. I think that, this game here, these two teams are somewhat similar.
Right.
I mean, Detroit is more advanced in terms of they got a better offensive line. They got a better defensive line. But both teams, they're not going to beat you because of their quarterbacks. They're not going to beat you because they've got, Justin Jefferson and Chase on the outside. They're basically, ball control passing teams. I think it's going to come down to who can run the ball the best in this game, which, should be
that's
more
a Lions edge, you would think, right?
And the Lions, again, without Gibbs, so they've got basically one running back. It's Montgomery, and he's done very well running between the tackles.
I'm beginning to wonder if Gibbs exists, to be honest. But go ahead.
It's going to be tough to beat Tampa Bay in this game, running the ball up the middle. And maybe at home you get away with that. You get a lead, you play conservatively. I don't really think that that's going to get Detroit. I'm playing Carolina again. This is a good team. This team is at home. A decent team, I should say. I think Detroit's going to struggle to score in this game. I think Tampa's going to struggle to score in this game, as opposed to the New England, Raiders game where I said the same thing. That's because those were two bad teams. This is because these are two good teams and two teams that are solid enough defensively that you're going to have to throw the ball in order to put up decent numbers against these teams. And I don't think either team goes into this game thinking we're going to have a great passing game. I think both of these teams go in thinking, you know what? They've probably been telling their offensive linemen all week, guys, you win the battle up front, we're going to win this game because we're going to need to run the ball. I think Detroit's better at that than Tampa, but this is not a real elite Detroit team quite yet. This is not a terrible Tampa team quite yet, although I think both teams are heading in those directions. I think this game is going to be very close. I think it's going to be very low scoring. And again, I just, I wouldn't want a wide receiver on my fantasy team playing in this game. Even St. Brown, who will get decent numbers, but I just can't imagine him having. This is the week that I'd like to go against him, get it out of the way when he is a tough matchup. I don't know. I think this is, this is kind of the Patriots Raiders game, but in the heavyweight division. And again, first team to 17 wins this game. I don't see either team scoring more than 21.
All right, so two different complete paths to the under here.
Exactly.
One by suck, one by good. Okay. Now, all these 4 o'clock games could go under the way that I'm kind of looking at it now. But let's get back to our NFC West with the Cardinals, who, James Conner gave him a nice little dimension with the running game, but he's out now. And, maybe we'll have laughed about that a few weeks ago, but he has had has done a good job running the ball for Arizona, keeping them somewhat competitive, we shall say, even with just the one win. But they're catching 7 points against the Rams. Rams -7 over under 48.5 here. You know what? I just like this trio of receivers that the Rams have. I like the savvy quarterback. I think that's going to be all the difference in the world here. So I would expect the Rams to actually win this game and cover, and perhaps actually comfortably as well. Do they get over 48.5? I don't know. That would be up for the Cardinals to do, to get a part of that. And I'm not so sure that they can. But what's your take on this one? I'm going to go Rams.
No,
I think they can do a good job here.
I agree with you on this game. I think that it's one of those two bad teams playing each other, but two teams that have been kind of surprisingly entertaining. Who would have thought that Arizona, would be able to put up the points they did against Dallas? Even in the 49er game, Arizona had a lot of passing yards in that game. They ain't playing Dallas or the 49ers here. And so I think Arizona is going to have to pass the ball effectively in this game to keep up. But, the Rams are fully capable of giving up, that kind of passing yardage. I don't see any way Arizona is going to keep the Rams from, the Rams aren't a team, this isn't, a juggernaut team of the past that you say, wow, they're going to put up 35 points in this game. I mean, I'm not sure they're capable of that. Same time, I can't imagine them scoring less than 24. I mean, I think this is going to be a close game. I think both teams have the potential to put up big passing numbers here. Of all the games that we've talked about, I'm a little shocked that the total was so high in this game, but I guess they see the same thing that we see, is that, it's one good passing attack against another good, relatively speaking, of course, against another good passing attack where they, the passing offenses are going to have an advantage over the passing defenses in this game. And will the Rams score 3 touchdowns? I certainly think so. Will the Cardinals score 3 touchdowns? I certainly think so. I mean, this game is definitely going into the 40s in terms of the total. With the potential there for, 24 all overtime. You want to stab in the dark, this game will go into overtime, because I'm projecting 24 all. This game goes into overtime. If you've taken the under at 48.5, you're screaming, overtime points shouldn't count toward totals. I had under 48.5. It's 24 all. I want to cash my ticket. You run up to the cage. Sorry, sir. You better hope for a scoreless overtime. 27-24. I'm projecting the final score of this game. Here's my predicted score of the week. Rams 27, the Cardinals 24. Very good day for offensive numbers for the quarterbacks, for the wideouts. And both these teams have kind of an assortment of wideouts. And so this would be a good week to spread the wealth around. What's the yardage total for Nakua? What's the yardage total for Atwell? Obviously, the Rams just got rid of, Jefferson. There's Jefferson.
Atwell's 34.5. Nakua's 66.5.
And, at least one of those two is going over.
Mm-hmm.
and quite possibly both of them, you know, and what do they put Cup at, 100?
88.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'd take the over on all three of those guys, expect to hit 2 out of 3, and whatever 3 guys they're putting up for Arizona, if they're even putting up 3 guys, I take the over on all 3 of them, expect that at least 2 out of 3 are going over, possibly all 3, because I just think that there's, especially on Arizona's side, they spread the ball around. And they've got some decent young receivers. They got a quarterback who's been surprisingly good. And they're going to have to be, they're going to have to match points with the Rams. So I say green light on the quarterbacks in this game for big numbers. I think on the receivers of this game for big numbers. And while 27-24 overtime doesn't exactly scream jump on the over when the total's 48.5, that's the side that I would go to there. But my stab in the dark play in this game is take the game to go to overtime.
Michael Wilson.
What can I get there?
I'll look that up. Michael Wilson over under is 33.5, and he was told by Dobbs post game. Like he was sought out via text message that Dobbs wants to get Wilson involved more. He took blame for not getting him involved more. So maybe a concerted, a very good effort to get him involved more. Just 33.5 for Wilson.
In that case, let's double up on him.
Okay.
Because I think he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the type of receiver that that he should shine in a game like this. Oh. And 33.5 is one nice catch and one short catch. I think he'll have that. He could have that by the end of the first quarter, but he could easily have that by halftime. So that's but like I said, he's not going to be the only Arizona wideout who puts up nice numbers. There'll be at least one other one. I think that's a foreseeable prediction in that game.
Zach Ertz is the next favorite. Overtime is 15-1.
Okay, there we go. That's count me in on that.
Okay, all right. Our last game, Dallas and the Chargers. Can Dallas rebound? The Chargers coming off a bye, and it looks like we'll get some Austin Eckler back in the lineup. Maybe the first bright news of returning players here for fantasy players this season, getting someone like Eckler back. 1.5. The Cowboys are the favorite on the road. 50.5 is the total. Oh, man. I mean, if there are two teams that are, if you look up the word dysfunction in the dictionary for the NFL, I mean, these two teams are right at the top of the list for different reasons, for sure, or maybe the same reasons, ownership and coaching alike at times. But who do you favor here, Dallas, or can the Chargers, with a week off, find a way to beat the Dallas Cowboys?
The Chargers lose this type of game.
Right.
And so I would take Dallas in this game, not necessarily because they're the better team, just because they seem pretty similar. And if, in fact, it comes down to a tight game in the end, Staley will go for fourth down and not get it, and Dallas will score the winning. I mean, how many times does this have to repeat itself?
I was just going to say the team that have the ball last may be the loser, right?
Well, certainly, both of these teams, offensively should be able to dominate this game. But it is, it reminds me of the Chargers game against Minnesota a couple weeks ago, where no lead's going to be comfortable. I don't think anybody's going to be able to get a big lead because when the other team's got the ball, it's 50-50 whether they're going to go down and put points up and probably a touchdown. And so I think it's going to be should be a tight game all the way through. And like I said, if that's the way it plays out, then advantage to Dallas because they they'll find a way to win a game like this, and the Chargers will find a way to lose a game like this. And then you're also talking about the the embarrassment factor of coming off that game last week where, oh man, you guys are terrible. You guys, you're not in the 49ers league anymore. It's like, okay, while that may be true, we're still the third best team in the NFC, which means we're pretty good. And, we'll show you this week that we're what we're all about. I think that they're probably ready to bounce back. This is a nice opponent to play, just because it'll be kind of freewheeling. Let's get our offense going. Let's get, Dak should have a good game. And then, it tends that when he has a good game, then, when the bright lights aren't on, even though, it's a night game, but I'm just saying when it's not the national spotlight of the 49ers and the Cowboys, it seems that he has a better game more often than not. This is a good opponent to get right against. I think that, similar to what the Rams Cardinals game, I think this comes down to fourth quarter tight game. Who's going to make the play at the end? And like I said, history tells us that team will not be the Chargers.
Okay. Anything else on your mind you want to spit out? Anything fantasy wise? Anything bugging you in the world of sports you want to leave us with?
No. I mean, we touched on a lot of games. I will say this from a fantasy perspective, and kind of touching on something that I mentioned before, is that there's part of the fun of playing fantasy is being the GM.
Right.
Now, I think most people would agree that the best day of the season is draft day. You've been there's been a big lead up. You don't know drafting. You don't know who's going to be available. You talk about it. Ooh, could I get this guy? Could I get this guy? You end up with a team. You like it. You don't like it, or whatever. And then you start playing the games, and it's like, oh, this isn't as fun as the draft was. But part of what makes fantasy fun is, shake it up. You don't like it? Offer a trade somewhere. Look around. Look at the other teams in the league. You're not the only team that's struggling. What do I need? Well, you know what? I could use, they were right when they said you need to stockpile wide receivers this year. I need to go out and get me one of these, good wide receivers. How am I going to do that? Well, look around. I mean, there's teams like mine, like this guy isn't even playing Thielen. This guy doesn't even play Pickens, and now that I've got Jefferson, this guy ain't even playing Moore anymore. It's like, he'll trade me one of those guys. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I need. What can I give him to help him? And then you find your match. You find, man, this guy's terrible. Running backs, I could give him, one of my running backs, and he'd give me one of his receivers, and I'd be happy. He'd be happy. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, I feel like, I'm Billy Bean all of a sudden. And that's part of the fun of fantasy. Is, you know what? You're stuck with a bad roster. You've had some bad luck wherever it is. Go out there and offer a trade. Make a trade. Start talking to the other people in your league. Negotiate. It's a fun aspect of sports. We all talk about it on talk radio or whatever. Man, if I were the GM of the team, I'd never have signed that guy to the big contract. Well, this is your opportunity. You are the GM of this team. Go out and make a trade, right or wrong. And then if you're wrong, then you get a healthier respect for what these guys really do with, the major league sports. But if you're right, then, now you earn the right to call talk radio Monday morning and say, oh, this guy sucks. If I were the GM, I'd trade him right now. And I can prove I'm really good because I just made this trade in fantasy. And you feel good about yourself. So, it's way too early in the fantasy season to be giving up. And, have some fun with it. That's my...
And way too soon to anoint these 49ers champions, right? We've said it before. There's a lot of football left to play here.
Yes, and and the big thing is, and this goes for any team basically of the elite team. Certainly a team like Kansas City, you say the same thing about is, they're one hit on the quarterback from all of a sudden starting Sam Darnold. And while Sam Darnold might step in there and be adequate for them because, heck, we've seen C.J. Beathard was adequate for them. Jimmy Garoppolo was way better than adequate for them. I mean, they no matter who they plug in there, the guy seems to be doing okay. They're not going to win a championship if Brock Purdy gets injured and is out for a while. And so, while I would never try to predict, well, this guy's going to get injured or this guy's not going to get injured because it's fluky and it's just one stumble by your left tackle, and next thing you know, I mean, look at the 49er playoff game. Who would have guessed that, Purdy was going to get injured against the Eagles on basically the first possession of the game? But that's kind of the nature of the NFL these days. And if, and this could happen, you don't have to be playing a good team for, this accident to happen. And so, the 49ers are, like I said, are one injury away there from definitely not being a Super Bowl contender anymore. Could we say the same thing about the Eagles? Sure. The Chiefs, yes. Buffalo, yes. I mean, a lot of the teams are very reliant on their quarterback. So, the 49ers could be 13-0, and if that's the point where Purdy gets injured, the 13-0 means nothing. So, I think they've established themselves as the best team. But they do play the Eagles this season during the regular season, so we'll get a real good preview of what we might expect coming up in the championship game down the line. Because I do think those two teams, especially in the NFC, you could very easily project that they're going to be the last two teams standing. The AFC, we talked about this before. You could mention 6 or 7 teams that if they get things right, they could be one of the last two teams standing. That would very difficult in the AFC to project this, but in the NFC, if there were such a line on will the 49ers play the Eagles at the championship game, if the odds on that are greater than even money, then that's best bet on the board this week, because they just seem to be far and away the top.
The top, yeah, they do. Okay. I guess I have to ask you about this, and then you're out of here. 9:30 a.m. game in London. Give me an angle or two there with the Ravens and Titans.
Well, I tend to stay away from those games.
Right.
And we talked about this.
Yep.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, where Buffalo
both
played
weeks,
Jacksonville.
yeah.
And that you just don't know. It just seems that these games aren't. They left that game complaining about the quality of the field.
Right.
The fans. It's a weird experience, and the fans, and they're chanting soccer chants, and you're trying to call your snap. That's like, shut up. What are you doing? Watch the game. I don't know. It's just a weird experience all the way around. Tennessee is these two teams here are. I'd say if asked, okay, I'm going to tell you that both these teams are going to make the playoffs, or neither of these teams are going to make the playoffs this year. Which would you take? I would take the neither. While Baltimore does seem to be a team that really should make the playoffs, are they better than Cincinnati? Well, not if Cincinnati picks up their game a little. Are they better than Cleveland even anymore? I think Cleveland's a better team than Baltimore when Watson's playing well. So I'm not sure that they're, there's just something about Baltimore that just doesn't click offensively. They rely way too much on their defense. Tennessee's the type of team that they're not going to give you anything. They'll just keep running the ball and play conservatively and make your offense beat them. and Baltimore's offense isn't good enough to beat a lot of these teams. So I think this game has the potential to be kind of boring, and I think it's a 50-50 type game. I think most people would think Baltimore is the better team. I'm guessing they're the favorite in this game, but I'm not sure they're the better team. I think it's a very, very evenly matched game under, crazy conditions, expect the unexpected kind of thing. I won't be shocked if Tennessee wins this game, and, it's relatively boring.
Just for holiday planning sake alone, do you know the Christmas Eve game? Do you know which game that is?
49ers and Eagles.
No. Two Scrooges. For your Christmas Eve delight, Bill Belichick and the Patriots against Sean Payton and the Broncos. How's that?
Well, remember now we've got flex scheduling, right? And so it's going to be interesting because I did see, somebody got into this and they mentioned, do you realize? And this was before the Chicago-Washington game last week, but they said, Chicago's got 4 nationally televised games still on the schedule, and they mentioned the Giants, have like 3.
The Raiders
or 4.
have a bunch too.
The Jets have 3 or 4. Yeah, I mean, so there's a bunch of really bad teams, Broncos, being one of them, that have, it seems that they've of course, there's more, nationally televised games these days, but it seems like half the slots are being filled by these bad teams. And, look at this Sunday night, the Giants and Buffalo. You really think they'd put that game on TV if they, if they had a chance to, to switch that game? Then again, what are your options? But Dallas and the Chargers, that's a nice one on Monday. It's going to be really interesting to see down the line because there's more. There's restrictions on how much you can flex, but there's more. Monday night can flex now.
Right.
It used to be just Sunday night. Now Monday night can flex. I think even Thursday has some options to flex.
Yeah, and they don't even place the Saturday games on the Saturday slate until later anyway. Like it's unknown right now.
So, I think that while, you might see some games on the schedule and say, oh my God, I got to make other plans on this night. This game's going to be terrible. It's possible that by the time we get there, that game's not going to exist anymore. So let's hope so.
All right, Dave, enjoy the games, man. We'll talk next week.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we'll be back right after this. Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, You got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
$9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. NFL football will get us underway in about 15 minutes. Dave Del Grande, brilliant as usual. And it's just after 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. And this is your full breakdown of everything on today's slate. And we do have a game, so let's get to that first, Dave, and then we'll go through our survivor picks for the week, see who we will take. But we do have this game in London with the Ravens and the Titans. This game, point spread wise, has moved up from 4 up to -5.5 for the Ravens, over under 42.5. Baltimore, the favorite. Tennessee. I mean, honestly, Dave, if there are two teams who are kind of, I don't know if mystery is the right word, or I have them pegged exactly for what they are. Just a bunch of mishmash. Maybe we will win, maybe we won't win. Neither one of these teams looks like they're capable of hoisting any sort of Lombardi trophy at the end of the day, though. But, playoff or wild card, even division contenders at the same time. At least that's my opinion of these two now. So really, in Baltimore's court, it's up to Lamar and him having healthy weapons around him and being able to probably put up a lot of points, and that's what the Ravens are going to try to do. New offensive coordinator comes in. This is the first week he likes what he has as far as injuries go. If you remember, the Ravens injury report here the last several weeks has been beaten down, to say the least. The Titans, again, what are we? Are we Derrick Henry just running the ball, or are we Ryan Tannehilling dink and dunk? And it kind of seems to be that is what it is. And play good defense and try to win. The Titans, they do things like get blown out by the Browns and then come right back and blow out the Bengals. So what does that tell you about them? And you know what? I don't doubt if either team wins this game today, to be honest. But I'll get your thought first, Dave. And the turf definitely scares me, although it looks pretty good right here as we're watching from the studio, as Nephew Dave is in the house with us now. Looks like a nice day. Field looks like it's in good condition. So maybe an overplay. 42.5 could be a little bit low here. Let me ask you, what do you think happens here? We got kickoff in 13 minutes. Let's see what your bet is.
Well, Steve, I was just getting ready to say, we discussed the over a little bit before we got on, and seeing, what we're seeing here on the TV, it looks like a nice day, and it's going to be a fast field for them. But just kind of an odd matchup, I feel like, Steve. You put it best when it's, what are you going to get out of these two teams from week to week? And I think you could probably say that more so about the Titans. So that would give me a little bit of cause for concern there for their cause, and that would lead me to go with Baltimore today. I think is the team that should be getting it done.
This was much the crazier, more intriguing, must-watch TV, we shall say, there in the turn of the century, early 2000s, kind of late 2000s, Eddie George style, Ray Lewis, all those cast of characters. These teams really would get into it. So I expect physicality for sure. Both of these teams do like to ground and pound it. Man, I just think we're going to see some success on offense for some reason. Naturally, you would think this is kind of an under, but man, this field does look like it's in good condition. Let's look at a couple numbers real quick, and I'm going to tell you what I played. And I'm just going to basically root for points at this point. But 1 plus 125, if you think they can get to 45, if you think you can get to 49, is plus 200. Over 54.5 is plus 400. So if you get to 55 points, you get a nice 4-1 number. Can these two teams do it? We shall find out here very shortly. Here's what I did. I'm going to root for the points. I took over 48.5. I think Lamar is going to have his – now, I had him last week in passing props, and he did good for his yardage. He did really good, and he had a bunch of drops. So, really, he should have had a ton of yards passing. They're going to try this again, and I think they're going to catch some more balls. Obviously, the drop passes were an issue last week. So, as long as they can hold on to it, I think Lamar can definitely get over 250 yards passing. So, I took that. And then it's just a shot at the touchdowns, really, from there. I mean, I'll take Henry because he's Henry. I'll take Andrews. I feel like we haven't seen the best of him yet with Mark Andrews. And then my sleeper pick, as he's been on this show before, and I don't think any other show in the universe mentions his name much as this one, is I'll go ahead and take our boy, Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, because he's paying really good, 4-1, and he does score enough to price you in. And on the profit boost, because you should have some of those out there because it's a Sunday morning game, 50% profit boost. We'll go ahead and throw down $12.50 on this. This will be our lone play of this morning session. And that $12.50 after the profit boost will pay out a nice $1,700. So, again, my pick is over 48.5. Lamar Jackson to have 250 yards passing. And I'll take shots anytime touchdown scores with Andrews. I think he gets his. Henry, I think he gets his. And really, my bet's going to be on Ikhine.
Right.
And the passing yards and this thing going over. I think those two guys score no matter what. So that's what I got, Dave. What did you play?
So, Steve, I went with Henry, obviously because he's Henry, you just said. I'm going back with Zay Flowers again. I feel like, at some point, he's going to have a nice day. Could be today. So I'd like to see him get in. Ravens we're going to do the race here. We haven't done that in a while. So the Ravens first to 15 points.
Which I kind of like that, actually.
Yeah. I think they're capable of doing that. I left the over where it was, Steve, 42.5, just because I didn't want to get too long here in this same game. If Zay Flowers is going to score, let's go for him for over 55.5. I think that's very achievable. That's something that you should probably be throwing in there because he's going to be a big target today. And Steve, and then 11 to 20 point band for the Titans. Let's hope they get 17 points today, and the Ravens can kind of take care of the rest to carry us to the over.
Everyone knows how I love my 2 touchdown scorers. Henry's paying 7-1 today, which is great. for him. And how about Mark Andrews at plus 1,700 just because he's due? Now that we're thinking about that, and man, the Andrews number dropped. They're both dropping actually. But $3 was paying $400 a minute ago. Now it just pays $315. But I think I'm going to go ahead and fire on that real quick as well. If there are going to be points and several touchdowns, then Henry will get 2 of them, is the thing I'm going to be convinced of. And then from there, it's, pick your Raven at that point. Other numbers, there's Zay Flowers, 20-1. DeAndre Hopkins, 20-1. Justice Hill at 23-1 would be a good one because he's been scoring a lot. There's Westbrook Akine, 40-1. How about Odell Beckham Jr. at 49-1 for 2 touchdowns today? So I think I might throw a little double whammy here. I'll go ahead and take Henry, and I'll take Henry and Mark Andrews, and then I'll go ahead and refire on Henry. I'll take out Andrews. I'll throw in Odell because I'll just be upset if this happens and I'm not there to see it. And simple enough. I mean, we'll just put $2 on it.
It's when you don't play it that it usually gets through.
Well, we'll go ahead and put $3 on it because that pays $796. So 2 touchdown scores for Beckham. There you go. Live line betting, people on the air. Beckham and Henry taking a shot on Beckham at 49-1, and then Andrews 17-1, and Henry 7-1. All right, so a little bit under $5 invested there, and I can get a nice payout of $800 or $500. We'll take it. All right. Anything else here, Dave?
No, Steve. We're
obviously
set up.
neither is a Survivor angle here.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't take any in Survivor.
If you want, let's just look at Tannehill passing yards because that will interest me a little bit too. Not that I'm going to get all antsy and fire another bet here, but he's going to pay good, and he hasn't had a big passing game yet. Yeah, Ryan Tannehill, 275 plus yards passing, plus 580. 250 yards plus 290. So those are not the worst numbers in the universe. All right, Dave, go ahead and hit some Survivor for me.
All right, let's go down the list here. We'll start with
I'll tell you yes or no.
All right, we got Washington at Atlanta. Or I think that's a home game. But
pass.
Panthers, Dolphins.
Definitely Survivor worthy. If I was still around, I would take Miami.
Vikings, Bears.
Losing with the Bills last week to the Jaguars. Bears and Vikings, no pass.
Seahawks, Bengals. I think you could use Seattle here, actually.
Do you really? You think they're going to
so.
beat Seattle? All right, we're going to have to get into this game. Del Grande loves the Bengals in this one. He thinks this is a bad spot for Seattle. This is a good game to me. I think this is a game you could see some fireworks.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, this could be a fun one. It could be a high-scoring, both these teams are in the 30s type of dealio.
It'll
So
make
I'll
the
pass on
TV
that
for sure.
Yeah, we're going to have it on TV.
Niners, Browns.
Let's see. Niners, Browns. Man, we talk about these lines, Dave. They're moving right in front of our eyes when we talk about them. That's interesting. Niners, Browns, no, because no one has San Fran left anyway. They've used them.
Right.
So they're going to be off the chart, and no one's going to take Cleveland.
Colts and the Jags.
Colts and the Jags. I would pass on that.
Saints, Texans.
Pass.
Patriots, Raiders.
Complete pass. If they were playing any other team, I'd take the other team in either game, to be honest.
Cardinals, Rams. Maybe a spot for the Rams.
I think so, actually. I think the Rams can win this one. Del Grande says closer game than we think. He thinks this goes to overtime.
Really?
Yeah, to be honest. So I don't know about that.
No, the Cardinals are scrappy. They do fight you, so they make you earn it at least.
Right.
So that I think that could probably be possible. Eagles, Jets.
Eagles, Jets. I think you could actually use the Eagles here. I think this is a game that has a chance to be every bit of Philadelphia, like 31-10, something like that.
Right.
So I think the Eagles win this one, and I'm going to look to play them on the alt line later. We'll get more into that as we go.
Detroit and Tampa Bay.
Detroit and Tampa Bay.
That could be an interesting game there this afternoon.
Detroit and Tampa. That's a good hard game, to be honest. I would pass on that one.
All right, Giants, Bills. I think if you have the Bills, you kind of have to in this spot.
Good shot. You can use the Bills here for sure.
Cowboys, Chargers on Monday night.
Cowboys and Chargers on Monday night.
I think the Cowboys could lose that game, so I wouldn't take them.
Pass completely.
All right, well, that rounds off that list. So doesn't sound like we feel too good about very many of them.
It sounds like, if anything, we're taking the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I mean, I
that
think
would
that's
be
the
my
layup
play.
of the day. Okay. All right, let's see here. Moving on. If you have the Dolphins left, if you don't use Buffalo, you should have one of those two left at this point in Survivor. If you don't, then let's see. If you have to take someone crazy, then I would take the Eagles. You're going to have them left at least.
Now I want to get 2 touchdown scorers going over here.
So if you see us staring off into space, we're definitely well invested in this NFL game that they are playing the national anthem right now. At least we're assuming that they are. Volume is down, of course. And we will keep you up to date as we go along this morning. All right, let's see here. First game on the slate today. Let's get back out of this game. All right, we will talk about 49ers first at Cleveland. 49ers laying -9.5, 35.5. Weather has been the hype all week. No, Deshaun Watson has been the hype all week. So here we go to PJ Walker. Is that who's going to start? Or is it,
Yep.
Is it DTR? Okay. So Walker is experienced. Maybe you can hold the Browns in here for sure. Keep it a close game. Cleveland has a really good defense stat-wise. They are far and away the best defense overall, at least through their 4 games. So let's see here. Del Grande thinks a big effort by the defense of the Browns. I don't know. I want to see a little bit more, to be honest. I kind of like San Francisco in a blowout here. I think they can actually do this again. They're a machine. Tough spot. I get it. Might have some wind off the lake, but even what the miles per hour I'm seeing here on the weather, and trust me, I'm the worst weatherman that this network has. The weather doesn't look nearly as bad as what it's saying now. How many times has that gone against me?
Right.
For real. That's my biggest boo is my weather forecast. So if it's not going to be as windy, and Purdy, it's not like Purdy's throwing it deep down the field. I don't know. They got a lot of weapons there for the 49ers.
Right.
I think they can score some points, to be honest, today. I think this is a sucker special. Big point spread, low over-under. It sounds like take the under and take the underdog here. I'm going to go opposite. I'm going to take the favorite and the over in this game. And if I'm going to pin a score on this today, then I think it's just going to be something like 35-10. San Francisco. I don't think they care about field goals. They're not going to kick field goals. They're going to want to score touchdowns. And I would look for their defense to score today as well. I'm interested in maybe doing a round robin of anytime defensive touchdown scores, because I think this sets up to be perhaps a lower over-under type of day. Now, I'm saying over in this game, but I think there are definitely some games out here that are going to – we said over in the Ravens game, but hey, we're taking a shot at 9 o'clock on what looks like a pretty field here as we look at it right now. But I think there are some definite kind of unders here on this slate. And most of them I might trickle down at 4 o'clock. I won't be shocked if all 4 of those games go under. So I'm going to look at some defensive touchdowns today. Defense may reign supreme a little bit. And you know what? the 49ers defense might take this as motivation about hearing about how the Browns defense is as well. So I'll give Walker and the Browns credit. Maybe the Browns get a turnover, good field position, get a score or two. But the Niners get plenty of scores, I think. So I'm going to look at San Francisco. I'm never laying big points on the road. That's never been my style. It was the golden rule for over 25 years. Whenever you have a home team getting 7 points or more, that's what you have to take. It was about a 70% winner as I followed it. But plenty of teams have destroyed that narrative here in the last 10 years. And I think the Niners can do that today. So I would actually look at, again, you're getting some low-hanging fruit. We talked about the Tannehill number for passing yards. If Purdy can throw for 250, he's getting 3-1. 275 is over 5-1 for him. And if McCaffrey and Debo can just break a couple really long ones and here you go, he gets 300 yards, well, you'll get paid nearly 10-1 for that. So maybe I don't know. I'm going to call this the low boy, big home team dog sucker special type of play. Give me the Niners and give me the over here in this game, Dave. What do you think?
Interesting.
What do you think?
My initial thought, Steve, was, as you mentioned, the under. And I think it would have to be Cleveland's defense keeping them in this game. At this point in the season, I think you have to look at the Niners as, in my eyes, probably the favorite right now to win it all at the end of the year. But, Steve, if we're going to go by way of your thinking,
I still have my North Carolina 49er play still alive after the Tar Heels beat Miami last night, but go ahead.
So if we're going to go by the way you're thinking here, how about a weekly special to get things started? Brock Purdy for 250 plus, as you mentioned. Purdy for 3+ passing touchdowns and a McCaffrey touchdown at plus 550.
I think that's fair game.
Yeah, so that would be something that I would definitely look at. Actually, you know what, Steve? I'm gonna go ahead and make a little note of that. I think I like that play. But I think it's the 49ers here with it being maybe closer than people think, just because the Browns do have, what I believe to be a top tier defense. So we could see a defensive struggle here today, Steve. And if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and look at the special, but maybe a defensive touchdown either way would probably be in play as well.
McCaffrey minus 190 to score. Now, remember he scored in, 15 straight games or whatever it is. Ayuk plus 195, Debo plus 230, Jerome Ford plus 240, Kittle plus 250. And here go the Ravens. Oh! Was that Beckham?
Aguilar.
Okay, so Aguilar almost breaks it free. Tripped up the last second running down the field. I knew something happened because this number went off the board real quick with the Ravens as I'm looking at the lines now live. Kittle plus 250 for an anytimer. I had a great call by me last week about Kittle.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
Yep, that was on.
And the 49ers in the blowout. How about that? I called that last week, to be honest. That paid 15-1.
Man, we came close to some things last week, I feel like.
They come close every week.
Yeah, this is true.
I will throw Amari Cooper plus 450 if you want him. But I'm going to take the Niners defense plus 490 today. I think they're going to get a score. So I'm going to wrap them in with a couple other defenses as we go along the way here. In fact, I'll start this defense of touchdown parlay with the 49ers plus 490 right now. 2 touchdown scores.
Flowers gets a big chunk of that 55.5.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the Ravens are down to the 32-yard line here of Tennessee. 2 touchdowns for McCaffrey plus 270. And so Lamar's lighting it up passing-wise, right?
Yeah, right now he is.
So that's what I want. McCaffrey plus 270. Ayuk 17-1. These are for 2 touchdowns. Ford 20-1. Debo 21-1. George Kittle 25-1. I would look at Kittle's again at 25-1 for 2 scores. That's paying great. And Debo, to be honest, at plus 2,100. Don't be shocked. And the 49ers defense at 46-1. How about that for 2 touchdowns?
Wow.
So there's going to be some opportunity for me on this game. I think many will argue otherwise. I'll be the only lunatic in the universe on the over and the 49ers in the blowout, but that's what we'll take. Okay, Dave, it's time for your State of the Union address with your Washington Commanders as they will be in Atlanta to play the Falcons. A trip down the East Coast, moving in just a little bit off the coast to northwestern Georgia. The Falcons, 1.5-point favorites, over under 42.5. Your Commanders have had 10 days to reflect the debacle at home against the Bears. The Falcons gritty in victory against the Texans last week. Minus 1.5 here, over under 42.5. A lot of Commander fans have their heads down a little bit. Go ahead and try to perk those guys up as you talk to your nation right now.
Yeah, Steve. So not really much to say at this point. Just defense is seeming to be all bark and no bite right now. The secondary is just awful at this point. We might have a little bit of fun at their expense today here with some props, but Steve, you had the 10 days to regroup. I think you have to kind of take advantage of that, and you have to come out and start fast. You saw that they tried to come back against the Bears, and they were having success on offense, but I think when you're down that many, that's just too tough of a hole to climb out of, Steve. So it's going to be the recipe today is not to be in that hole trying to come back. Keep the game in front of you and maybe try and play with a lead today. I think will be the key, Steve, because I think we're going to see. The over flying today.
42.5, Dave. I like the over in this game as well. The Falcons are at home; they'll be comfortable. The Commanders, I don't know it seems like they should just still be better than what they are. If there's any team that has been not living up to expectations, I think it's these guys. And it's not on Sam Howell necessarily. When you hear about all these bad teams, et cetera, then usually the finger points right to the quarterback. I guess it does to some extent here with Howell, but he did throw for almost 400 yards last week still. And granted, probably a lot of that was in against the Bears defense playing some sort of a prevent at that time or whatever. But I don't know. Atlanta, their pass defense could be susceptible here a little bit. And I could see the Commanders getting their points. I could see them winning this game, to be honest. You're going to get a good number on the alt line here with Washington. Atlanta's just got to show me more. I'm going to take Howell over Ritter in this matchup. But if you're going to take the Commanders to win by double digits, you'll get plus 350 at minus 9.5. If you think they can go down there and, they could go down there and really thump them, to be honest.
If they play their game.
Yeah. So even minus 13.5 is plus 560. So I'm going to grab some pieces of that today. I might be more interested in doing that than the over, although I think it probably goes over. I'm just not so sure it goes to an alt over. And even with the Commanders there, being asleep on defense half the time, I'm not so sure their defense is quite the worst either, to be honest. Now, they are ranked down there, but I think there's room still for improvement there. So I will take Washington here. I'll take your boys to pull the mild upset, and if they win by double digits and pay out a good number, that won't shock me either. I wonder what you guys pay for a defensive touchdown today, because I bet that's good.
Sam Howell for 2 touchdowns today is at plus 120. I love that.
For 2 passing touchdowns.
Yep.
Washington defense plus 700 to have a defensive touchdown today. Do I add them in if I like them? Well, they'd be the kind of oddball team to get you one.
Yep.
To win you this kind of bet, and it is against Atlanta. The Ant-Man's going to love some Bijan Robinson, I'm sure. I like Brian Robinson. I think both of these guys probably score as well today. You could put them in both an anytime touchdown score. So Bijan and Brian Robinson both will score. Logan Thomas plus 270. He's been nice. He's been getting the ball a lot. Don't doubt that he gets in the end zone today either. But I'm going to look for your boys and the more confident pick here to the extra days off. The fact that Atlanta's a beatable team. And I haven't been thinking about this all week, but just as I stare at it right now, the best play on the board for this, I'm going to go ahead and take Commanders.
There you go, Steve. I mean, they certainly can win today. They have to play their game. Like you said, they got to live up to the little bit higher hopes that, we're having. And this could be it for Rivera too this season. So we'll keep an eye out for that as maybe things have grown stale there. But Steve, if we're thinking that to happen every quarter, a touchdown and a field goal is at 18-1. So little game props, I always like to look at the game props. So we'll go, through those weekly. But I like that 18-1 for a touchdown and a field goal in every quarter.
Okay. All right, so every quarter there's a touchdown and the field goal.
Yep, doesn't matter who does it.
Not each team to get it.
No.
One of each in each half. Okay. All right. 2 touchdown scores. Bijan Robinson plus 550. Brian Robinson plus 650. Algier is plus 1,300. McLaurin. Scary Terry is plus 1,800. Jahan Dotson, 20-1. Logan Thomas, there you go, 30-1. There's your big number. When I do my long shot, 2 touchdown score, crazy number guy, I think I'm going to have to throw Logan Thomas in there at 30-1. There's Curtis Samuel. He got into the end zone last week as well, 27-1. Don't ever count out Antonio Gibson either. Maybe he gets into the act a little bit more here as we go along as well. All right, we'll move on from that. In Miami, 1 o'clock Eastern, the Dolphins and the Panthers. 14.5, 47.5. This looks like a Miami slaughter job written all over it.
This could get ugly.
Well, I mean, you can't say that Bryce Young has been awarded any kind of, appreciation. I don't know. There's been a false appreciation about him from the get-go. Yeah, he'll be fine. Carolina will be okay with him. They're going to be kind of a competitive team. You kind of heard that narrative a lot. And I was like, really? This really short rookie guy, just because he went to Alabama? Let's see. He hasn't done anything special, let's be honest. I'm not so sure why the Red Rockets not in here to take the helm for Carolina. Maybe he gets in today, too, if the score gets out of hand enough. But 14.5 for the Dolphins, 47.5. I don't know. This looks like low-hanging fruit to me. This is everyone's survivor pick, even at the big number. I mean, I could see the Dolphins. And the Panthers are known to have somewhat of a decent defense. I'm not so sure here. So Miami all day, green light for all their guys in the props. I don't know if they cover 14.5, but if they do, they can cover it by 14.5 more for sure.
Exactly.
And they can honestly get over 47.5 themselves. I think you do that, man. I think you honestly, Dolphins in the over and the 49ers in the over combined kind of crazy parlay round robin scenario is kind of an interesting one here with the two teams who right now have a good chance to possibly face each other there in Las Vegas in the Super Bowl.
Right.
All right, so what do you got, Dave?
Steve, so I think it's props galore here for Miami. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little combo here at a Braxton Berrios score and Miami to win outright at plus 360. I feel like, you said if they can start pulling away, maybe Berrios gets some targets there, and he did score not last week, but the week before, I believe. So it's not like he doesn't score. So we'll give that a ride there at plus 360, Steve.
All right. Anytime touchdowns, Waddle plus 110. Salvin Ahmad, you might see him in action for sure today with the running back injury scenario for Miami. So plus 175 for him. Thielen plus 220. Where is – oh, there's Tyreek Hill minus 165. Mostert minus 195. Miami defense, if I'm going to look at them, they are 6-1 for an anytime touchdown today. I could possibly see that. So I'll go ahead and put them on my list for now. I'll narrow it down, but my list now has San Fran, Washington, and Miami all to score on defense. Sounds a little crazy, but that's how you win here. On the round robin, doing crazy things like moving lines like crazy people like we do today.
That's what we do, Steve.
Okay, so Dolphins is a green light for me on basically whatever you want to do. The problem here is all the passing and receiving props are just kind of, like two is over under is 280,
Right.
so his alt numbers aren't paying that great. It's going to be the same with all these other guys. At what point when they're blowing these, this opponent out, do they just go straight to Salvin Ahmad, nonstop to run the ball? He does have an alternate rushing yards. Salvin Ahmad, 60-plus yards is plus 450. 50-plus is at plus 320. So those are interesting numbers I might have to take a look at, to be honest.
He might could reach the 50, too. I like that.
Yeah. Just in the second half in garbage time.
Exactly.
To be honest. So we'll look at that. All right, so there you go. On a day full of overs, we like or unders. I like all the overs. So what does that say about the NFL? 3-0 is the score here with Tennessee and Baltimore. Now Tennessee with a first down, maybe an injury. Now our boy Willie's going to get up. Tannehill zipping the ball downfield here, and the Titans have a chance here inside the 40 with Baltimore trailing by 3. Just about halfway through the first quarter. This has a chance to be a fun game, too, to be honest, just because Chicago makes it that way and Minnesota can make it that way, too, either by ineptitude or by talent, a combination of both. But here you go, two dysfunctional teams that can look great at times, or two great teams that can, well, I won't say that. So two dysfunctional teams that can look pretty good at times. The Vikings -3, 43.5. In Chicago. I'll start with you, Dave.
All right, Steve. So I think with the injury to Jefferson here, I think this opens the door a little bit more for KJ Osborne.
Right.
You probably saw that coming. I think I had him last week. He didn't score. Came close a couple of times. I think he caught one at the 4. He did the classic Jefferson move. So I think he gets in today, Steve. That's going to be one that I look at. And I don't know, is 44 enough here? I think that could go over too, especially if the Bears can kind of duplicate what they did on Thursday night 10 days ago. They put up a bunch of points there. They put up 40 themselves. So I think if the Bears can help you out and get, 17 to 20 points, then I think this goes over, Steve. So that's I think we have a little bit of room to move that as well.
I think the Bears have a little bit of mojo going on offense now. Now, they look good against you guys.
They did.
And they showed signs the week before against Denver. So I'm not really ready to throw Fields out into the pasture to get eaten by the Vultures, okay? In fact, his numbers are still paying good for passing yards. And I jumped on it. I said it 2 weeks ago. Let's take a shot with Fields on these passing yards here kind of coming up because they're paying so much for so little. And here they are. They're dropping right now just in front of me. 225 plus drops from plus 220 to plus 210. 4-1 if you think Fields can get 250 yards. He had that in the first half alone, basically, in Washington. 275 plus pays 8-1. The Vikings are the kind of defense that can give you this. He has yak guys like DJ Moore, okay, and he throws a nice little ball. Cole Kmet too. I mean, I just kind of like some of these player options. Not the worst. Not as bad as they were. They're
Right.
improving on offense every week, and they just kind of started off really bad, so that makes them look worse than maybe what they are. And now their defense is, capable of giving up points too. And as we mentioned, this over-under is going up as well in this game. So weather maybe not quite as bad here as kind of previously advertised as well. And, let's face it, if you play football in Minnesota and Chicago, you should know how to play
Right.
outside these kind of elements.
Fields for 2 passing touchdowns today, plus 175.
You're getting good numbers all the way around. Cole Kmet, 50 yards receiving, plus 200. 60 yards, plus 320. Let's look at Addison. 60 yards for him, plus 116. You don't get to plus 240 unless he gets to 80. He'd be the one I'd be a little bit worried about maybe. Brandon Powell's an interesting one for me too. He got involved last week for Minnesota and had a touchdown. But 60 yards for him is plus 580. Just 50 yards for him is plus 370. Moral of the story, here we go. In a day of what could be a lot of unders, I'm going to go ahead and look potentially at this being an over type of game. I think the Bears can win this game as well, to be honest.
I think so.
So I'll call the upset here with the Bears at home. And if we look at them on some sort of an alternative line, because maybe the Vikings do miss Jefferson a lot more than we realize here. You're going to get a good number on the Bears to, if we'll load up, to wax the Vikings here. 5-1 if you think they can win by 10 points. So
that's not bad.
Well,
honestly,
the Bears in Washington, if you're going to take some shots.
And
now you're talking some cashola here. Maybe throw the 49ers in there to kind of put a whooping on too.
Right.
So we're gonna have some all line round robins going on here. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes breakfast to be made once we get off the air, because I'm gonna have to run straight to my phone, which may take 30 minutes.
And if they can, do, why not? If they did it to us, you telling me the Vikings are that much better? They could do it to them too.
They could do it to them too. All right, in Jacksonville, the Colts and the Dolphins. We'll do this one more game. We'll do this 2 more games, and then we'll take a break and get to the 4 o'clocks and the rest. But Jacksonville and the Colts, this is the game that could get drugged down into an under scenario. And that could be because of the Colts here. It could be a Gardner Minshew revenge game, and maybe the Colts come out and light it up here. But these are 2 teams I kind of want nothing to do with right now. Jacksonville, especially because I can't peg them.
Dropped it in the end zone.
They went for a Keeney too, didn't they? Yep. Man, my boy Westbrook and Keeney in the end zone.
I did take him for 1.
Well, he's getting hit as he caught the ball. So he's taking a shot. Hopefully he's going to come back in the game. Otherwise, that bet's dead completely. But wow, Tennessee right here. Let's see what happens on this play. 15-yard line. They have a 3rd and 8. So right at the 15, 3rd and 8, they need to get to the 6. So really more like a 3rd and 9. And of course, they throw like a screen pass. They might get it there.
We'll see. Short.
They're going to mark him 2 yards short. I don't even know if that's a good spot. That looks like a bad spot.
That is a bad spot.
But Tennessee here, it looks like they're going to kick the 3. They're going to be happy, take the 3, and live to fight another day. As here we go, battle of the field goal kickers with the Ravens and the Titans. Shocker, shocker, shocker. All right, so Colts, Jaguars. I'm going to lay off of this one, I think. This seems to me to be right around where the point spread should be, to be honest. We always have that one game every week where you can do the teaser any which way with the over or the team, and it is 3-3. Nick Folk, who should still be the Patriots kicker, instead of the scrub that they drafted, who is now 4 for 8 on the season, kicks it through for the Titans. Vrabel, a former Patriot, having respect for the old Patriot guard himself, thus the acquisition of Nick Folk. But I'm going to lay off this, Dave. The props are, and I'll see what your take is on this, anytime touchdown score, ETN minus 115, Ridley plus 130. He's the one guy I would take.
I have Jonathan plus 140, and that would be mine.
Jonathan Taylor plus 150, Christian Kirk plus 175, Michael Pittman Jr. plus 200. 2 touchdowns today in this Jaguar and a Colts game, although I don't think we have any 2 touchdown scorers, unless it's Jonathan Taylor, to be honest. So he is paying 11-1. That's interesting.
Get you some Tank Bigsby in there at 45-1.
Nice. You got a much better number than me. 27-1 is what I see on that. Ridley, I got just at about 10-1. What do you see there?
For Ridley?
Yeah.
I have 9.
Okay, so we're right there. Plus 950 now on my book. Plus 500 for Travis Etienne. Okay, Dave, what are you looking at here?
Kirk is putting out a 12-1 number, so that's not terrible. Steve, no, I'm with you on this one. I always do a 2 touchdown and an anytime, but I think that Ridley is going to find his way on my anytime touchdown scoring ticket this week. Other than that, Steve, not much that really interests me here in this one. I think I have ETN on my fantasy team, so maybe a little bit of fantasy interest here. But as far as the wagering goes, let's just hope that Ridley can get his.
All right. Again, if I'm going to take a shot, 2 touchdowns, Jonathan Taylor for this game, but this is going to be an overall pass here for me. Another game I think I might pass on and I want to take the over. I want to make a case for it. I've heard a lot of cases for the under too as well. I would be the only one making the case for the over here. And that would be because the Saints did score a lot last week in New England. They managed to put up 34 points. The Saints have been a dead under team, Dave. I don't know if you know this, but I think 14 out of their last 15 games have gone under the total.
Wow.
So the Texans, and it might be straight. They might be like 14 or 15 straight is what the stat really may be. The Texans, who I want to be an over team, well, I don't know what to make of these guys. They lose at Atlanta last week. They didn't look super impressive either, but they almost could have probably won that game too. I kind of like the Saints here, to be honest. That would be my one pick. Just a more veteran team against a younger team. A team has been kind of established a little bit now at this point, the Saints, even though Carr is the quarterback. Their core players have been playing together longer than this Houston team is. I just think it's a step. And I'm not saying the Saints are super great, but I don't think the Texans are quite on the Saints level here. I would actually New Orleans here on the road. And I wouldn't be shocked if they won this by a couple scores, to be honest. But I think overall, because I do like to kind of root for the dog and the Texans, they've been one of my darlings here the last few years. I think for the most part, I'll lay off it, but I may end up taking the Saints.
Probably.
I'll get your point here. What do you got?
So, Steve, here's what I'm going to do. Just because it's the Texans that make me a little nervous with everything else that the menu has to offer. But the case that I like for this game prop is what I'm going to do coming out of this game if I do anything. And it's going to be both teams for a rushing touchdown. That number is only at plus 125, but you have Pierce on one side, Kamara on the other. And I think both teams, realistically should get a rushing touchdown today, Steve. So let's keep it simple here. Go with a game prop. And, that way you're really not worrying about too much.
The Saints minus 9.5 or plus 285, minus 12.5, plus 1420, plus 420. Remember, I like to do minus 12.5 rather than minus 13.5. That way you can account for a failed 2-point try, 2 field goals still gets you there, missed extra point, etc.
Odell with a huge chunk.
All right. 3-3. Odell. All right. So my Lamar passing yards are getting up there. Hey, and we do have 6 points here in the first quarter. So it's not like we're getting completely shut out. Maybe they get one more score, and then we're well on our way for the over in this game. I like the numbers on the Saints on the alt line. And if I'm going to throw an anytime touchdown score today, which I'm going to put these guys on my defensive list here that I have going. A day in which some defenses can score. The New Orleans defense is plus 550. There you go again. Who's 15?
Aguilar.
The Aguilar again. Yep. So the Aguilar over number is looking really good at this point. Kamara minus 125 for a score. Damian Pierce plus 115. Damian Pierce, where are you? Damian Pierce, where are you?
Right.
Chris Olave, I think that's a great anytime touchdown scorer today. Plus 210. I think he can get 2. Dalton Schultz 3-1. There's Mechie at plus 390. 2 touchdowns today. Kamara plus 500. Damian Pierce 7-1. Chris Olave 19-1. Sign me up all day on that.
That's good. I like that. I like that a lot, Steve.
All right, so I like that for sure. I'm going to look for New Orleans, Dave. Anything else here?
No, Steve. Well, yeah, New Orleans. You certainly have room to move that spread, so maybe I'll let that work on my mind a little bit. But I'm going to stick with the rushing touchdown prop at the moment.
All right, first down for the Ravens as they get down to the 15-yard line. I think that's Priest. No, Gus Edwards on the carry there. Gus Edwards sporting the dreadlocks nowadays. So easy to confuse him.
Yeah, a little bit of different look.
All right, so Seattle, the Seahawks plus 3, and Cincinnati, they're the ones laying the field goal. The Bengals over under 44.5. Again, the weather's not going to be as bad here as anticipated up in the Rust Belt, Midwest part of the country. I think the Seahawks are just naturally the kind of team that pulls you to an over. And the Bengals starting to find themselves a little bit on offense here. Can they take the next step after last week and just be a little bit better here? I'm not going to doubt fireworks in this game, which means it's a green light for everyone.
Right.
To be honest, this could be a fun one for sure. I would not doubt that they go literally 35-31 in this game or something like that. We could see the shootout as long as Geno Smith can kind of be on his A game here. I'm not going to look for any defensive touchdowns on this list, but I think all these players are candidates to score today. Even Jackson Smith and Jigba could get. Here he is back at in Cincinnati in the state of Ohio. So plus 390, he's a good candidate, I think. Of course, he went to Ohio State. Metcalf plus 180, Lockett plus 200, T. Higgins plus 170. 2 touchdown scores today. Remember, Chase had 3 last week. His number for 3 this week. These numbers are slow to load. Up. There we go. 39-1 for him. Kenneth Walker, 33-1. Joe Mixon, 23-1. But there are any number of 2 touchdown guys in this game. Kenneth Walker at plus 650. 4th down now for the Ravens. Here we go. Another field goal. But at least they'll have 9 points in the quarter. So that's good. I would say that's at least something to build towards.
Yeah, that's
not exactly what we wanted, but it's something to build towards. Lockett 16-1 for 2 touchdowns. Metcalf 15-1. Jackson Smith and Jigba 43-1 for 2 touchdowns today. Wow. So green light props here, Dave. What are your thoughts?
absolutely, Steve. And I have an interesting weekly special on this one.
This could be your field goal and
this could
touchdown.
be. This really could be. So let's take a look at that real quick. While
6-3 Ravens. 4 seconds left, first quarter.
So each team for a touchdown and a field goal in each half, 16-1 here, Steve. That certainly could happen. The special, which was kind of interesting to me, was Joe Burrow for 300+ passing yards, Chase for 150+ receiving yards, and Joe Mixon for 75+ rushing yards. I think those are all achievable, Steve, if we're thinking, this is the 34-31 game that it could possibly be. So that would be something I would take a look at. You mentioned the props. My first instinct was to put Chase into my 2 touchdown ticket this week. But I think it's game props galore here, as well as player props.
All right. We do have a question, Dave.
Oh,
Who would you start in fantasy on defense? Washington, Atlanta, Rams, Raiders, or Jaguars?
Ooh.
Thank you, Z Smitty, for your question. Yeah, people, and keep your questions coming. In fact, I'll throw that up in a minute. You can text anything you want to 757-354-5517. That's 757-354-5517 with your text. Or any of the social media pages. We usually get the comments trickling through to our streaming platform. Dave, who do you start?
So I'll tell you this. It wouldn't be Washington at this point. They need to show me that defense can kind of come back to life. I don't know, Steve. I want to say the Rams. If you're going to make the Cardinals work for it, I think that would be the team that's set up to have better defensive success.
I picked up Jacksonville earlier in the week, just on a hunch that this could be a lower scoring game. So I'm going to stick with that, and hopefully they can do the trick there. So thank you, Z Smitty. Appreciate that. All right, so I think it's a green light for all the props here with Seattle and the Bengals. Whatever you people want to do, go for it. Passing props, we'll look at that real quick. I like to find the one game where both of these guys are going to throw for some yards. Gino could do that today a little bit maybe. 275 for him is just plus 230 though. 300 plus is plus 430. I just love me some Kenneth Walker, man.
Yeah, that's
to be honest. So let me look at him. Kenneth Walker rushing yards he hasn't had a 100-yard game yet. He would be the one to get it today. Plus 280 for Kenneth Walker to get 100 yards. So I'm going to probably look at that actually, Dave. 4-1 to get to 110. My 100-yard rusher prop that I've been hitting on has been money. Breece Hall did a great job last week. I'm going to put Kenneth Walker in there this week. There's going to be plenty of points, plenty of yards gained, and Walker's going to have his share. And I'll probably throw him in for 2 touchdowns as well.
Nice.
Okay, so is that it for the 1 o'clocks? That's it for the 1 o'clocks. We're shortly after 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast. We'll take one break. We got 6 games left. We'll get through them before 11 a.m. So stick with us as you watch this game right now. 6-3 with the Ravens and the Titans. The Ant-Man, he's going to look to join us here soon as well. As soon as he's done dealing with his brother and whatever gambling misfits those guys have decided to conjure up for today. We'll get a feel for all of that when we get back. A game near and dear to my heart. First one on the slate coming back. Big game in Vegas. I probably should be there, but I'm not. Patriots and Raiders. Raiders minus 2.5, 41.5. We will discuss after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have a spacious spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. You're behind the wheel. You may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Pass it to Andrews. As the Ravens are trying to pound it in at the goal line, and they are unable to so far. 3rd and goal now for Baltimore. As you're listening, tuning in live wherever you are around this world to the Round Robin, 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10:18 to be exact. As our feed comes in pretty quickly, if you catch us on the YouTube channel, maybe that's what I need to with the Lamar's sacks.
Unbelievable.
Here we go with another field goal.
Unbelievable.
I need to mention the YouTube channel more, I think, since YouTube TV is such a phenom here. Actually added the hashtags to the post for YouTube TV and all that. But Deep End Broadcasting, if you need to find us. Deep End 757 Broadcasting is our YouTube channel. Go there all the time. And subscribe. I need to tell you to subscribe as well. We'll get the X, formerly known as Twitter, going a little bit better as well. Maybe Nephew Dave in his boredom as he sits here in the sports lounge can post some tickets for us today. That's what we'll do. We'll get in a ticket posting mood so you can get all our tickets if you go to the Twitter/X at Deep End 757. So there you go. I feel more official. We're getting back into the new graphics, new stuff every week, Dave.
We're
we have
improving,
logos
always
and everything.
improving.
Trying to make some real power moves here, people. Need a little bit of help in the works here, but I'm not going to say it, but we're going to try. We're going to try. All right, let's get to the 4 o'clock slate here. One game at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The rest will be at 4:25 until the night game. First one on the slate. Patriots and the Raiders. Raiders are 2.5. 41.5 is the over-under. And if I need to give a state of the union of the New England Patriots, as I feel like I'd have to every week since I make Nephew Dave do it, I kind of almost have to do it. Literally speechless at this point. I mean, everyone blames the coach, the quarterback, etc. Yes, everyone's to blame. But, I mean, you have this kicker who's 4 for 8. I've already yelled about him. The punter shanks it out of bounds. There's literally nothing that goes right. It is literally the bad news bears playing as an NFL football team. I don't know. Devontae Adams is at least on the Raiders. That's the one thing I can say about it here. Here is a wild card today, though. Belichick does know some Garoppolo, and he did trade him away. He's going to know the Raiders' weaknesses. McDaniels and Belichick know each other well. Del Grande loves the under in this game, which he's probably right for sure. Man, I don't know what to think here. And I don't know what to think with the State of the Union. I mean, be appreciative of the 20 years of dominance that we had for the most part. Really, you can stretch that into the 90s with the Parcells regime too. So it's been a good run for New England. Even when they lost to Brett Favre in the Super Bowl, and I believe it was 1995, right, is when it was. They were in that game. And it didn't take but, half a dozen years later to find their way into the championship center circle, hoisting the Lombardi trophy, so to speak. I don't know. Patriots nipped this game out in hopefully it's a fun game. Hopefully it's just one of those games you expect a lot of stink and it turns out just to be a fun football game. Sometimes that's what happens. I don't know here. Anytime, Dave, I just don't know. Give me your thoughts here. I'm at a loss for words with the Patriots.
Steve,
I still have thoughts in me. The last time we saw these two play is that the most laughable play of the year.
Yeah.
Which the Patriots have been on the both ends of the most laughable play twice. One, the butt fumble with Mark Sanchez on Thanksgiving, and then this game where they do the crazy lateral. What the heck is going? While the game was tied too. It's not like they were even losing. And they gave it up. What do you got on this one, David?
Steve, I want to keep it pretty simple here. And I think Davante Adams finds himself on my 2-touchdown ticket.
Okay.
Other than that, Steve, it's just it probably should go to an under, especially if they kind of have another output like they did against the Saints. I just feel like you're not sure what you're going to get from that New England offense, week to week. So if that's going to be the case, Steve's over there speechless. I'm not quite sure what to think. Let's keep it simple. Davante Adams plus 750 for 2 of them.
I'm going to take a shot at Ramondre Stevenson at 10-1 for 2 touchdowns. That'll be my shot as the Patriots try to edge this one out. Obviously, if you get down into the red zone, you're going to trust the running game more than you are going to trust Mac Jones at this point. So give me Stevenson for 2. Now, Jacoby Myers, I think, is going to score as well today. He's been a great scorer for the Raiders. He's plus 210. All right. And he is the ex-Patriot, so a little bit of a revenge game for him as well, as he probably should have been re-signed by New England, but they went ahead and let him go. And he was the instigator of that terrible fumbled backwards lateral pass the last time these two met, in which we talked about just a second ago. So I just out of interest in discussing this alone, let me look at the quarterback passing yards. Because there's injuries on the Pats defense as well. Garoppolo 275 plus 280. I can't get there with that. 300 plus is plus 520. I can't get there at all. Now, Mac Jones to throw for 250 at plus 470, maybe, but he could get pulled in this game as well. Right. You might get some Malik Cunningham coming into play. So I think the Mac Jones crazy prop numbers, because he's getting 9-1 for 275 plus. I think all those are off the board. So I'll lean Stevenson for 2. You'll take Davante for 2. If you parlay them both, let me do that real quick. That's going to be pretty good. 5's going to get you a few $100 anyway. For Stevenson for 2, Davante for 2. All right, so the website I'm looking at is admitting that they're experiencing issues right now. So that's good to know. All right, so let me get to the next game, which would be now at 4:25. I think it's the Rams game. Yeah, so Rams and the Cardinals. Rams are 7. Weather not an issue in SoFi Stadium. -7 and 47.5. David, I'll start with you on this as I attempt to get my lines back up. Go for it.
All right, Steve. So let's see here. This is a game where I think the Rams could roll. I've liked Puka Nacua lately. Picked him up, got him on my fantasy team. He's plus 150 for one of them today, which I might do that in the anytime. But if we want to take him for 2, we would like to think that number is going to be a little bit better. Higbee might find the end zone as well. So that's something to keep in mind. But, Nacua is getting an 11-1 number for 2 touchdowns today. He always seems to have been racking up a lot of yards, Steve. So if he's going to be involved, give me Nakua for 2. And let's see what that weekly special is. Cooper Kupp and Nakua to combine for 185 plus receiving yards at plus 200. I like that as well, Steve.
I like all those receivers, Dave. They're fun. They're fun to watch. They make the Rams a lot more exciting than I thought that they would be. That's for sure. So I will back some Ram props here. The one thing I wanted to do before I get into this game is I will rewind real quick because I will throw the New England defense for Belichick knowing Garoppolo into an. I'll throw them in for my last defensive parlay. So let me actually take a quick picture of this. Of course, I left the phone in the other studio, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll take a picture of this and we'll get it on the Twitter. But defense is the score today. San Fran, Washington, Miami, New Orleans, New England. And I'll make these 50-cent round robins. So a total of $8. All right. So this $8 wins $18,451. If you hit 3 of them, you'll get 190. And this is all 50 cents, people. $190. And if you hit 4 of them, you will get about $2,000, about $2,000. So 2 touchdown scores anytime. Defense: San Fran, Washington, Miami, New Orleans, New England. I kind of want to throw Philly on there, to be honest. But I'll stop there.
That might not be a bad idea.
I'll stop there. And 50 cents, again, on each leg, $8 total bet. You can either win $190, $2,000. If 4 of them hits, you'll hit 190 on 3. And the full one hits $9,700. So you'll get about, there you go, 18,451. Again, the round robin is this. I'm taking all 5 of these teams, and I'm making the each combination into a 3-game parlay, a 4-game parlay, and a 5-game parlay. So if I have all 5 of these teams on defense to score, I really just need to get 3 of the 5, and I'll come out a winner. 2 of the 5 won't get me there. Now, I can bet it, but it's just going to cost me a lot more money, and the payout's not that great, to be honest. It's only a couple of bucks. But, it does pay for the bet, to be honest. So actually you do profit a little bit. 50 cents if you bet the 2s. So this would be a $13 bet now instead of 8. And you will win basically $12. If 2 of them hit, you'll get your money back.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus $12. So maybe not the worst thing. Maybe I'll throw the 2s in there as well. So all the combinations of 2s. So that means New Orleans and Washington, Miami and San Fran in a 2, New England and Miami in a 2. All right, so we'll play that game and we'll see how it goes. We'll lock that in, and it is fired. There you go. I did it. All right, so my slate is clean. Back to this Rams game. I think this is a Cooper Kupp game, to be honest. Here he is. He's back. He looked good last week. Probably should have scored a couple of times. Looked like he was going to have some breakaways. I wonder if that's going to be a 15-yard penalty as the Russian sickle came out for the Tennessee Titans. They're going to call that a clean tackle. And the Ravens, again, here in Titan territory. You're right, Dave. The Ravens could run away with this.
Well, we kind of hope so, but we need Tennessee to get theirs too. So I'd like to see a little bit more out of them at this point in the game.
All right, -7 and 47.5 again. 2 touchdown scores in the Rams game. I think the Rams win this game comfortably. So Kupp at plus 600. I like Nakua as well at plus 850 potentially. I love me some Tutu Atwell still. He's 21-1 for 2 touchdowns. But I think Kupp gets it today. I'll put him in at plus 600. So he'll be part of my main 2 touchdown score guy parlay that I'll do. And I think the Rams win this game. Del Grande says this is over in a 24-24 overtime game, which means it goes over. I'm not so sure this isn't more like 34-17 Rams, to be honest. So I'm going to lean with the Rams here. I don't know if the Cardinals quite put their share of points in. I would doubt if they don't even get to 17. Maybe the Aaron Donald has a day today.
Yeah, that might have been a bit high for them too, but
I just kind of see a triple under here at 4 o'clock. But give me Kupp for 2 touchdowns and a good day for the receivers for the Rams on their props. Receiving prop wise, over under straight up. Nakua's 69.5, Kupp 88.5, and Atwell at 34.5 is very, very low hanging fruit.
right.
You can take Atwell alternate receiving yards because he's a little scat back kind of guy. He's a little guy who kind of breaks away, but at plus 550 today for 80 yards plus for Atwell, I'm going to take a shot at that. So I'll add him onto my list. And that's that. Anything else on this one, David?
No, Steve, I'm going to stick with my my touchdown scores there.
All right. Let's see here. Eagles, Jets, 6.5, 42.5. Game in the Meadowlands, 4:26 Eastern. The last of our. Nope, we still have one more after this to talk about. But Eagles and the Jets. I'll start with you first.
Yeah, Steve, this would be a expected smoke job from the Eagles. I think. I think they can kind of have their way with the Jets. The Jets, not quite a believer there. So let's go with some touchdown scores in this one, Steve. Pulling those up right now. A.J. Brown at plus 135. Devonta Smith at plus 170 is even a good number. But let's go with A.J. Brown for 2 of them at 9-1 is pretty attractive at the moment. Let's see about any game props here, Steve. Don't know that the Jets get their share of points here, so I think you're right, kind of trending with the unders there. I believe this would be a low-scoring game for the Jets. Like I said, pretty much all Eagles, but they do have the 2 running backs, so let's see. Each team for a rushing touchdown at plus 105, Steve, would probably be one of my better bets coming out of this one.
I'm going to look for the Eagles to flex their muscles here a little bit. It's not a long road trip. They should have plenty of fans in that stadium. A lot of green out there today. But I just see the Eagles. I see the Jets having trouble on offense today. Now, the Eagles are going to know what to do as the Ravens are now in the red zone again. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Pass out to Mark Andrews in the flat there. But take out Breece Hall, nullify him, and then it's a big day there for you for the Eagles. And again, I could see them scoring on defense as well. This has all the makings of a 31-9 game on it, something like that. So I'm not going to go super crazy on a total. I think it goes under. But go ahead and give me the Eagles here on an alt line. If we look at the Eagles on the alt line here, they're laying 6.5. So if you think that they can win by 2 or 3 scores, which I think they can in this game, they're going to just outclass the Jets at the end of the day here. But minus 16.5 is plus 285, minus 19.5 plus 420. I think those are all fair game, to be honest. I will look for Philly as a collaborative effort to flex their muscles and win today. As far as the props go, I think just everyone gets a piece of the pie here, defense included. So I'm not going to go super crazy on the props in this one. I'll just kind of root for the Eagles. And we have a touchdown.
That's Flowers.
You got Flowers,
Yep.
and Lamar throws it in the end zone. Do you have Lamar passing touchdowns too?
No.
But here we go. 2-point conversion as well. So here we go.
But they did make the race.
Yep, 15 points, 15-3 now is the score. 2-point conversion now goes at, there we go. They got it. Flowers again.
There we go.
Flowers gets all 8 points for you fantasy players out there, if you're listening. So
have them on my fantasy team as well.
Flag on the play. Looks like
Push
offensive
off.
interference.
Oh.
So they'll go ahead and settle for 1 now. So wipe away the 2. But it should be 16-3 here. So what do? They back them up?
Yeah,
back for a long extra point here. What does this turn out to be? A 47-yard extra point? Or can you take that on the kickoff and make them do the 2 again?
I think it backs them up.
That's interesting. I wonder if you could
Yeah.
actually have that option. Good question on my part. Eagles flex their muscles, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, Steve, it's like you said, it's group effort here, but I don't see the Eagles having any problem. I probably would actually go, even though I do think it's an under, I'd probably take the Eagles even at 9.5 to the 12.5 that you like.
All right, so both of us on the all line. Yeah, so it looks like they'll get it actually on the kickoff. Blocked extra point, and they can run this back. Dave, can you imagine having to go for 15 right there in that whole sequence? Good thing you're on 15. So Eagles flex their muscles. We'll give the props since we're good about doing that. If you're out there interested and you think the Eagles will roll and you have a player in mind, DeAndre Swift 7-1, AJ Brown 11-1. These are for 2 scores. Breece Hall 11-1, Devontae Smith 17-1, Garrett Wilson 18-1, Dallas Goedert 22-1, Kenneth Gainwell 31-1.
Swift could probably have a good day as well.
You know, I could see actually some Goddard receiving yards today in a weird way. Just because the Jets have that kind of a good defense. And there you go. Next thing you know, you have Goddard running around, in the middle of your secondary, kind of like a Kittle's, and he breaks some yards for you. So we'll take a shot on Goddard yards today as well. I got a weird one, Dave, drawn up here. I'm going to, again, this is going to be like a 50 center, but we'll round robin these 4 together. I got Tutu Atwell for 80 yards, Kenneth Walker III for 110 yards rushing, Salvin Ahmad at 60 yards rushing, and Dallas Goedert at 80 yards receiving, in which I think this could all be a blowout. But if you do that as a straight wager of $2.50, that pays out $2,900. So that is indeed risking the minimum for the maximum for sure, right?
Yeah, but that's I don't think it's all that crazy, is it?
No, not at all. Not at all. So again, that's Tutu Atwell for 80 yards, Kenneth Walker III for 110 yards, Salvin Ahmad for 60 yards, Dallas Goedert 80 yards. All right. And if you do 3-game parlays at a total of $7, so at $1.75 a shot for the 4 of them, your average payout will be about $325, $175 if you can get 3 of the 4. So we'll go ahead and fire that in as well. All right, locked and loaded there. Okay, I like the Eagles. And you love the Bills tonight against the Giants. 15.5 is the point spread. And the total here, as I scroll too far until next week, looks like we have Eagles-Dolphins next week. Interesting game.
The Sunday night game?
Yeah, 43.5, 15.5. All right, Dave, what do you got?
Yeah, Steve. Well, you look at the injuries that the Giants have, first off, and the way that they're trending as well, Steve, this is not looking like a very good Giants team. And if the Bills come out and they play like they did against Miami or even last week, the Giants could be in for a long, long day. So I think you have a green light on basically anything Buffalo in this game. Let's take a look here. Gabe Davis is one that I would look at. I always look at him. We know Diggs is going to get his. And I feel like that always frees up Gabe Davis a little bit. People forget about him out there in the coverage. Davis for 1 at plus 145. For 2, he's 10-1. Diggs plus 390 for 2. That actually is probably a pretty solid play right there, Steve.
All right. So I'm not going to sell Tyrod Taylor quite short here. This one scares me because it's the night game and everyone's going to have all their eggs in one basket on Buffalo after losing today. And that's when things go wrong, David. You know that.
Right.
You know that's how that goes. So I'm going to approach this game with the utmost caution. And if I look at things here, I'm having too much fun plugging in bets already over here. As I'm trying to keep the stuff fresh in my head, you know. If we look at Tyrod Taylor yards, just 179 is his over-under for passing yards tonight. For 225 yards, you get plus 320. 250 yards for Tyrod Taylor, plus 630. So if the Giants are going to be competitive, it is because Taylor will have a good game here. It's not going to be because the Giants defense is slowing down Buffalo. I don't think that's the case.
No.
So I'm going to lean over here for sure, knowing that Tyrod can give me some points. And I might take a shot on his props tonight, as we'll have a free token to do all of that. I like the Tyrod numbers for sure. In fact, we'll go ahead and throw this in already. But maybe, I don't know. Do you doubt that this game ends up being something like 35-14?
That's exactly probably what it's
or
going to be.
35-21 even, you know, or 35-20. How about that to really screw you on that half point? Well, if you're, because you're laying 15.5, right? I mean, that's crazy. So, I don't know. I would approach with caution, people. I'm just going to put that warning out there. Approach with caution. All right, one more game on the Monday night. Anthony is tied up with his brother, too, by the way. So if he tunes in here, we'll get him. If not, we won't. He has been in contact, so not bailing on the show. Let's see here.
Is he getting into the lounge today?
Yes, he'll be in the lounge. Night game. Cowboys, Chargers. David, you hate the Cowboys. You love the fact that they got killed by the 49ers, and you loved that call by me on the air last week. I've been on these night games decently here. My picks have been good in the night games. Dallas minus 1.5, 50.5 is the total. This is an interesting game. I think we can get it over here, 50.5, to be honest.
Yes.
So I'm going to lean with that, knowing that Herbert could have a good day at home. Dallas will get their points as well. And we'll see who can. Well, I told Nephew Dave this, that the team with the ball last will be the one that loses. Don't make the stupid mistake last. And the team on defense will be the benefactor of their negligence, we shall say. So that being said, give me the over. They'll get right at 55 points.
Yeah, Steve, they'll definitely, I would expect these two to reach that over. And actually, this would probably be a fun, definitely same game here. Lots of action to be had here.
Right. Yeah. You could. Eckler's back. So again, good news for fantasy players there. Plus 240 for 2 touchdowns. Pollard, we haven't seen him get 2 yet. He's just plus 270. Keenan Allen's been great. Great year for him. 10-1. Josh Palmer, maybe we see him getting involved at 26-1. Joshua Kelly, 32-1. Someone's going to have to pick up the slack with the injury out there, a wide receiver. Gallup, 33-1. We haven't seen him really show up yet. Quentin Johnson, 37-1. Donald Parham, Anthony will take him for the first touchdown tomorrow night. That is a guarantee because he does pay that off well. Which, if he does do that today or tomorrow night, Parham 27-1. So that'll be enough to get Anthony on board. I can speak for him on all that. 1 touchdown will be Ferguson plus 280, Palmer plus 250. Good numbers with those guys. Eckler and Pollard, big favorites at minus 230, minus 195. Keenan Allen plus 130. The quarterback passing props. Again, alternate passing yards here. I like taking Herbert because he can do it. And he does it consistently for you. But 325 plus for 320 yards for Herbert, you can sign me up for that. Even at the 350 for plus 580. I mean, you're getting a good number there. Dak to get to 300, which he could do against the Chargers, plus 310. All right, so green light for the props tomorrow night, I think, as well. Anything else on that one, David?
No, Steve, should be a pretty high-flying game, I think.
The Ravens get the ball back one more time here before the half. They'll have a long field to try to go, 86 yards. but they'll have a minute for 80. Where do they mark that? About 86 yards, yes. They'll have a minute 47 to operate. We'll see if Lamar can get some more points on the board and definitely some more yards. Although none of your touchdown scorer to get in there, as we have several field goals here in this game.
We're pretty live on that same game though. We just need a little bit of pickup from Tennessee.
All right, David, go ahead and give me your best bets. Let's see what you got. The best bets that you have for the week. What are you taking?
So right now, I still need to look at some stuff, but the one ticket that I do have going, we're doing the weekly special there in the 49ers game for Purdy, 250-plus passing yards with 3 touchdowns and a McCaffrey rushing touchdown. Over 1.5 Sam Howell passing touchdowns. I really like that today. That's at plus 120. So a little bit lower of a number that we usually like, but should be very achievable against the Falcons secondary. Steve, we're going to go with a Braxton Berrios score tied with a Dolphins win at plus 360. And then I was feeling it, Steve. I took Justin Fields for 225 plus passing yards at plus 180.
Okay. All right. Nice. Let's see here. All right. I'm going to do a little crazy ticket. If we're going to be pro Giants here tonight somehow. Tyrod Taylor, 250 yards passing, over 51.5 total points. Anytime touchdown by Josh Allen. Anytime touchdown by Dawson Knox. And we'll throw a Saquon Barkley in there at plus 195, and $3.50 will pay out $898.60. So I'll throw that in as a profit boost. Done. Okay. From the top of the slate. Ravens approaching midfield. I'm going to take the Niners in the blowout, and this game can go over the total. I'll take Washington to win on the road, and they can win this game by double digits. I'll lean over there as well. Dolphins can handle business at home. So if you want to take them on a blowout, alt line, and an over, go for it. I'll take the Bears on the upset to win at home. And if they can win by double digits, which I'm not convinced that they can. This could be an overtime game, actually. But I'll take the Bears to win, and I'll take a shot and get paid 5-1 if they can win by close to 10 points. Jacksonville Colts, I'll pass on. I'll pass on that. Saints, I think we can handle business against the Texans as well. Seahawks and Bengals can go over the total and by a decent amount. Let's see. Rams can win comfortably. All the 4:00 games go under the total. All right. And, the Giants in the sneaky plus 15.5 lose by 14 in what is a valiant effort by the 757's own Tyrod Taylor. As far as props go and what do the touchdowns, 2 touchdown scores last, we'll go for 2 here in a second. The most popular segment on the show here in studio. Props wise, quarterbacks to have good days. Sam Howell, Purdy, Justin Fields, let's see, Tyrod Taylor in a sneaky way. Fields, Purdy, Tua. Do I want to take him? And I'm talking about alternate passing yards. Yeah, so stick with those. Purdy, Sam Howell, and Justin Fields. And a sneaky 3-teamer for passing yard totals. And I'll also look at alternate receiving yards for Tutu Atwell. I'll look for Kenneth Walker III to have a really, really big day rushing. I'll look for Salvin Ahmad in garbage time to have a good day rushing.
Right.
For the Dolphins. let's see. Talk about Hal having a decent day. Yeah. Okay. So those are the ones that kind of stick out to me. Tutu just at 39.5 or whatever, or 34.5 for his receiving yards, even with Cup. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay. So let's go for 2. These are our 2 touchdown scorers. We're not limited to 2 anymore. We do them all. But we'll do the best bets for 2. I'll cue up the music. We'll get Nephew Dave's first, and then we'll get mine.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Give me 2.5 and a Rick Flair.
The newly arrested Sergio Brown.
You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, we go for 2. David, your 2 touchdown scorers today.
All right, Steve. Today we have Cooper Kupp, Brian Robinson Jr. We're going to go with Mostert back to that well. Hopefully he can hit today. And Jamar Chase, so a little 4-legger.
All right, let me get to another page with lines as they're trying to prove I'm a human here on my sports book. Hold the button to prove that you're a human, and you hold the button and it says, no, you're not a human. So maybe I'm alien. That's why I do an alien show sometimes. Season 2 of Inquisition Unknown to come at some point. All right, 2 touchdown scores for me today.
Oh, wow. He muffed a punt, and the Ravens get it back with a second
With
left.
a second left. So easy field goal here to go up 18-3. That helps with the over-under anyway. So we'll look for our touchdown scores to have a good second half here. 2 touchdown scores today. I think you can take Bijan Robinson or Brian Robinson in the Commanders-Falcons game. I'm going to look for Cole Kmet for 2 touchdowns for the Bears. I'm going to look for Kenneth Walker III to have 2 touchdowns for Seattle. I'm going to look for Kittles to have 2 touchdowns for the 49ers. I'm going to look for, well, you can take any Dolphin you want, to be honest. I'm going to take Chris Olave for 2 touchdowns for the Saints. I'll take Cooper Kupp for 2 touchdowns with the Rams. And you know what? For the good old fun of it, we'll take Austin Eckler 2 touchdowns for the Chargers on Monday night. All right, Dave, that's all I got. Your best bets, too? We already gave those out,
Yeah,
right?
we
All
did
right.
those.
Best bets are good to go. We're good to go. It's 10:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll get the Ant-Man in here next week. He has some stuff to 10-2, so he has an excuse and a hall pass. But he sends his love for sure. All right, field goal here. Last play of the half with the Ravens and the Titans, and it is good. We go to halftime, 18-3. What the puck is going on this week, Dave? Tuesday night?
Absolutely.
5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We'll have a full slate of hockey and a recap of the first week of the NHL. The Friday soccer paycheck returns on Friday as well, as the EPL will be back in action. And we'll do week 7, same time next week. Good luck, everyone. Deepin757.com for the replay right now.
But
I would like to